Ladies and gentlemen, friends of innovation and sustainability, my name is Holger Bengs. I'm the founder and managing director of the chemistry consultancy BCNP. But much more important today is that it was 5 years ago, almost by the day, since my team and I initialized the original ECP, the first industry's speed dating event in Frankfurt am Main. Now, for those who are surprised that I always wear a tie and it's always an orange one, let me tell you, it originated back to the second ECP. And since then, I'm the guy with the orange tie. And I do not know whether you know that the color of orange within the 17 Sustainable Development Goals stands for innovation. So this fits quite well. Okay, well today, due of course to the pandemic, we are together primarily digitally at the 6th ECP with a prelude here in Düsseldorf in the premises of the new and unique Global Entrepreneurship Centre, our partner and main sponsor of this year's ECP. If I may, I will address the two managing directors of GEC directly at this point. Dear Friedrich Barth, unfortunately to corona reasons at home, so all the best for you, but a big thank you to you for all your support during the last years regarding ECP. And dear Sebastian Gronwald, we from BCNP and the whole ECP community are very happy to work with you to present and to bring together the important topics of startups, growth and sustainability. With all partners, stakeholders and friends of the GEC here in Düsseldorf Meerbusch and from the wider region of North Rhine-Westphalia, it is our common intention to pave the way for growth and the sustainable operations of international startups, from the chemical and from the bioeconomy sectors, to support these young game changers and to help them come to the market with their sustainable products in high volumes. And these young innovative startups, these game changers are so important for our industry ecosystem. Our common vision is to gradually bring together innovative, creative and entrepreneurial people in order to sustainably cultivate our Mother Earth. Therefore, in conjunction with the GEC, we developed a number of future-oriented, groundbreaking topics for this year's agenda of the ECP. Right away, in the two opening panels, our experts will address, for example, carbon dioxide as a new raw material for the future. And the experts will discuss what our food of the future will look like. And then tomorrow, in our two sessions, the two GEC sessions, it will be all about the question, how can we avoid plastic in our environment? And afterwards, we will discuss with startups presentations new textiles, sustainable textiles along their whole value chain. I also would like to briefly mention the startup presentations of our investor sponsors, which is Germany's High-Tech Gründerfonds and the European Circular Bioeconomy Fund, and also our media partner, Chem Manager Magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, although we are, due to the pandemic, only a very small circle gathered here this year, we are joined by many more of you at your homes, of course, in front of your computer screen. At this 6th ECP, we have almost 500 participants, which is not so bad for a digital event, I guess, from almost 40 countries from all continents. And with these words, ladies and gentlemen, the 6th ECP is now officially opened. Yeah. I have a small hint on my card. I hope that they will give a small applause. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here, wherever you are, and I'm really looking forward to talk to you in person and digitally in the ECP partnering system. And now it's a special honor for me, and of course always a pleasure, Sebastian Gronwald, to invite you on stage as one of the two managing directors of GEC. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sebastian Gronwald. Sebastian, thank you very much that we can make the official start of the 6th ECP over here in your premises in this nice TV studio.
Thank you for the invitation and making it happen.
Thank you, Sebastian. I have experienced a great deal in my life, but I have never been involved in a success story, anything like the Global Entrepreneurship Centre. You just started mid-October, and now we can see and learn, of course, a lot about GEC also regarding your marketing and information material. So what is the status quo right now?
Yeah, our status quo is we started with our Textile Award on the 15th of October by the opening of the GEC. And right now we are in the middle of our jury assessment phase of 2 awards, actually, 2 calls for solutions. The Textile Award and an innovation challenge run by our partner from Silicon Valley, the Think Beyond Foundation, for agriculture and plastics, finding new solutions to substitute plastics, for example, the tubes on the fields.
Let me go in my second question one step back, because what is the big picture, the idea behind the GEC, and how did it all come about?
Well, the big picture is catalyzing the transformation to towards a more sustainable world. That's actually our vision and our aim of the GEC. And how are we willing to do that? We are scouting and supporting innovative companies with sustainable solutions, sustainable technologies, processes, products in order to generate positive impact.
Dear participants, the next question, this will be really a big point and will astonish you. So you have set your sights on great things at GEC, and the GEC aims to screen as many as 1,000 international startups per year. What is the current status on this number, and what role do the GEC awards and innovation challenges play on this?
Yeah, absolutely. 1,000 startups is big number. We said 500 to 1,000 is our goal to reach once we reach full scale in our activities. Actually, what we did right now, until now, we screened more than 450 startups, mainly from our applications of the 2 calls for solutions. And those are actually already the targets for 2022. And currently we are in preparation for 2 more calls for solutions, where our panel discussions are laying the basis and the foundation to set the topic and the target right. And I bet that we will screen more than 1,000 companies this year.
Okay, that's great to hear. And 50% is already done. So I cross my fingers that you will find the other 50% now at the 6th ECP. So, but anyone looking for international startups, I think also needs an international team and international networks. Can you please comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. International team is for us really important. Also to get all these different angles and views on different technologies and our applicants. Our team is international as well. We have more than 5 mother tongues within our team, and we are strongly based on international networks like the ECP, bringing together a huge network of industry, investors, and innovative companies. In addition to that, we have a strong partnership with our colleagues from the Silicon Valley, the Think Beyond Foundation, and we are open for more and more partnerships in order to support actually the achievement of the SDGs.
Please allow me to return once more back to a very big topic, that is of course finances. Back in mid-October over here in this premises, the local Minister of Economics, Professor Pinkwart, handed over a sizable check. But then again, there's a great deal to be done. So can you comment on this? With what benefits does the GEC offers to deep tech investors so that both sides can profit from each other?
One of the main profits is actually that the GEC can invest up to 200,000 euros in services into the scale-ups and startups. And I think with these services, our game or our target is to bring them into a more market-ready stage. So we have an assessment running on the sustainability side, but also on the business and innovation side to help and support on the business maturity as well as technological maturity of these companies. And I think the main factor is that the GEC can be support or can be held like a de-risking factor of these startups, and we can together with startups act like a co-investor can.
Sebastian, thank you very much for this short interview and the insights into GEC. I think we could continue for the whole afternoon, but we have to stop here because we have a very exciting program in this afternoon. And so at this point, I just would like to wish you as many contacts as possible at the ECP. And what I learned is that already you and your team made a lot of partnerings. I think in this morning you had already some.
Yes.
And so I cross my fingers for you, and I'm happy for everybody who checks in here at the GEC in Düsseldorf over the next couple of days. So thank you very much, Sebastian, and let us now switch to our exciting program. I would like to ask you to give some introductory words and then to hand over directly to Veerle, our moderator. And thank you very much again. The stage is now all yours, Sebastian. Thank you.
Thank you, Holger. Thank you to the ECP team. Thank you for all the participants online, virtually, but also here in our panel discussion. As said, the panels are for us one of our starting points of our calls for solutions. We want to formulate together with a group of stakeholders the right criteria and the right angle of these huge sectors. So we have two panels today and two calls for solutions to be started this year, which is next generation food, but also carbon for life, carbon capture and use or storage. And as these aspects are huge, we want to actually downscale and identify the areas where the GEC can provide most impact and most value to you as stakeholders. And in addition to that, we want to base it on a collaborative innovation, so methodology. So it's not the GEC just identifying a nice or interesting topic. No, it should be together with industry, with investors, with academia, to really get the right issue and problem and find the best solution in order to transform our society to a more sustainable world. And we have two panels upcoming today. One panel is Next Generation Food this afternoon, which is moderated by Lee Green from the Food Hub of NRW. Thank you for being here. And the other panel, which will start directly after my introduction, is a panel Carbon for Life, which is moderated by our senior expert, Dr. Veerle Vandeweerd. Thank you very much again for supporting us. And now I will give the stage to you, Veerle, to moderate our first panel in 2022 in our new premise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian. And let me join Holger in congratulating the GEC for the very quick progress. This is really a flying start. Indeed, in October, you know, it was launched and already things are moving, things are happening. So thank you very much. Also, thank you very much to the people online and the people here in presence for joining us on this journey on how to make sustainability a reality. So may I invite the panel members to come to the seats while I give a very brief introduction. So please do join us So while they are taking the seats, let me just zoom in on the topic of this first panel, carbon, carbon, carbon. It's all around us, it's everywhere, it's in the buildings, it's in the plastics, it's in the air. Would it not be nice that instead of having carbon being derived from fossil fuels, we would have carbon which is coming from captured carbon from the air or from exhaust from big companies? And so that's really the topic of this panel. Can we change the paradigm and move from carbon as being a pollutant to carbon being a raw resource, a material with which we can build many different things? And before I give the floor to our Professor Bachmann for the keynote address, I would just like to share with you a little story. Just 5, 6 years ago, I was in UNIDO, the United Nations Industry Development Program, to present to the senior management carbon capture and use with an emphasis on the use part. And the reaction of the senior management at that time in UNIDO was very negative. I was really taken aback because people, thought that we were dreamers. It was impossible to do. It was not what should be discussed within the framework of addressing climate change. Fast forward to now, and we have, more than 135 companies which are actively involved in capturing carbon from the air or from, industrial plants. We have governments pouring money into carbon capture and use. Just recently, the Dutch government again invested more than $2 billion in their carbon capture facilities. We have young entrepreneurs, inventing ways by which they can use indeed carbon as a raw material. But I must say, unfortunately, also referring to the latest report in 2021 of the Carbon Capture and Use Institute, Germany is not a leader in this case. I don't think you have a major carbon capture and use facility, but okay, we will see. Certainly in the use, there is lots of new momentum. So I think it's really great that also the GEC or the GEC is putting emphasis on this whole carbon as a use, as a commercial value in order to move the discussion forward. We have a tremendous panel here with us this morning. We look forward to hearing the keynote of Professor Bachmann. Professor Bachmann, who was the Secretary General of the German Council on Sustainable Development. And as such, Professor Bachmann, I think that we have worked quite a bit together. Over my 25 years in the United Nations, I have sort of supported and contributed to all major environmental conventions, from climate change, from biology, biodiversity. And, we were always very happy to have Germany, speaking up and be with us. The German position was always very strong, very forward-looking, very engaged. I think that the Climate Convention and other conventions would be very different if it was not for Germany having such a strong position, and I would say science underpinned position. And so I would like to say, like Professor Dr. Klaus Töpfer used to say when he was my boss, that on behalf of the world community, thank you very much, for Germany to be so, with foresight, supporting the international conventions, which in fact provide the legal framework for many of the work we are doing here. So Professor Dr. Bachmann will give the introductory speech for 15 minutes sharp, he told us, after which, of course, we will have a discussion with the excellent panel members. Professor Bachmann, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Veerle, and thank you particularly for these nice words about Germany. I have to spill a little bit of water in this wine, I guess, because I'm happy you're having me, and I'm happy you allured me, kind of, into confessing a failure, a fault, in connection to your topic. And with working with Klaus Töpfer at that time. But the fault is on me, or the blame is on me. But first, let me set the scene so that I'm not mistaken. The carbon circularity is the new kid on the block. It's a great idea. It's a wise formula. It's an innovative approach, but it's a long way. Carbon, cradle to cradle for carbon economy, that would be great to have. And we have to do almost all steps into this direction wherever we can. But for the time being, be realistic, we have to avoid and reduce and replace carbon and offset carbon wherever we can make hold of it. That is the first thing we have to do, because global warming is a runaway problem, and the problem is still faster than our solutions. So, with this having said, and this is the frame, I would like you to go back 20 years 2001, 2002. We had a government here in Germany that decided, well, we would do something new about climate change and sustainable development. Well, we have no idea how to do this, and we established a Council for Sustainable Development. They will help us. Society will help government. On the Council, Klaus Töpfer and a couple of other elder statesmen, the presidents of environmental organizations, trade unions, and what have you, the folks. And we produced a blueprint for the German approach to sustainable development. Biodiversity, land use, health, what have you, the whole thing. Also climate change. In this paper, we put a subclause, and I confess it was kind of thoughtless, a little bit imprudent, a little bit on the naive side. We just wrote in the subclause, and the subsidy of coal has to be ended, has to be phased out. Nobody listened to us at that point. But 2 months later, the whole industry lined up in my bureau, including the trade unions. And that was the first time I heard the word, how dare you? But not from Greta, but from these people. How dare you say that there's an end to coal? And we decided, Volker Hauf, Klaus Töpfer and me, we decided not to step back with this sentence, but okay, to look into the case for the future of coal more like intelligently, more profound. So we had stakeholder conferences and we did our research, and we came up with a paper on clean coal, how to make coal clean. And of course, carbon capture and storage and use was one of the solutions. This was a matter of consensus in this council, including the environmentalists, including the trade unionists at that time, 2002. But a proof of concept was that together with the ministry, we invited around 400 industrial players, technology companies and stuff, to discuss clean coal. And they have been enthusiastic about clean coal. Not so that it would be the case for Germany, but Germany would help the world, the Indians, the Australians, Poland, to get rid of the climate problems with coal. And that was the first problem, the first fault that I made. I thought this enthusiasm was real. But it was not real, not for real. It was just like they had a kind of a division of labor in mind. We, big industry, are doing carbon and capture. And then the rest is for the state to sort out. The rest is for the state and the environmentalists to care about storage. And at the end of the day, storage in Germany. We're not talking about Norway or a Dutch country. In Germany, storage kills capture profoundly. And we had 20 years of silence, 20 years of not doing anything, 20 years of like head in the sand. Almost the same, if you want me to do the big picture, also the same with the automotive industry, the diesel thing with Desertec. So 20 years of crying wolf and of alarmistic news, but of not doing anything in real. Storage kills capture. Question is that still the case? Now we have a new kit, and that's the use, carbon capture and use. And I understand there's a lot of money being invested now, big oil, big Musk, big Gates, and others. I think, from my understanding, it's mostly devoted to techno fixes, like air stripping and stuff. And it's fast money, wants, of course, fast solutions, but still there's a case for some uses, some carbon to rock. We hadn't heard about this 20 years ago, but now we hear about this. About cement aggregates, about carbon-enhanced building materials, carbon fiber, feedstock stuff, and solvents, fuels, and so on. So the U part, the use part is now maybe a game changer. At least for Germany, I can say that it is definitely mandatory to have a strong use part, a strong use idea, in order to discuss capture and storage any further. Now the U part is a little bit too big for the typical startup. It's way too big for the typical startup. We have to think about new models of starting off these ideas together with the big industry. And I think this is, it's practical, it's possible, it's scalable, and it has to be done, and I'm looking forward into your practice here. One point I would like to raise is once you have not the opportunity to store away the carbon, then there is maybe an alternative on the horizon. That's the pyrolysis of methane, initiated, by the way, by Klaus Töpfer and his co-director Carlo Rubbia at the Institute in Potsdam, and together with the Karlsruhe Technology Institute, they developed this pyrolysis of methane, and you end up with hydrogen and solid carbon, the heap of solid carbon. It's kind of the El Dorado for any chemist, because you can do anything with this, and it doesn't harm, and it's scalable. And still, it will possibly, the whole thing will possibly not add up if you think about the total amount of carbon that has to be stripped away from the air. That's quite some numbers here. So in wrapping up, 50 minutes, in wrapping up, don't let the idea of carbon capture be killed by an unbalanced political approach. You're going to have to balance politics in order to bring at least for Germany and the middle of Europe, to bring the U part into position. The use part is strategic for a carbon economy, from decarbonization, that's the word of like 2010 or 12, to carbon circularity, from the footprint, we're talking about footprints all the time, to handprint, to the print of solutions. Get the politics right, I said so, and get the data right as well. We need accurate data based on artificial intelligence and based on digitalization of industrial processes, but we need these kinds of accurate data that show that carbon handprint is consistent with the life cycle assessment. That's for now, for me. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you, Veerle.
Thank you, Professor. I hadn't heard it being said so clearly. Storage kills capture. And in fact, you're very right. You know, reflecting indeed on these 20 years you were referring to, it's the storage problem. Although we have enough storage capacity in the world, if I understand, it's not really the problem, but it kills capture. I think the use, you say, is the new game changer, and I would agree with this one also very much. I would add together with the carbon price, and I hope that the panel members will talk about this one, because it was always said that once carbon reaches a price of 60 euro a ton, then it becomes commercially viable, you know, to capture it. So I think the fact that it's usable, the fact that there is a carbon price, which here in Europe is quite high. I think one time it even peaked about 100. It's really a very positive development. So with this, we're going to start the panel discussion. Like I said before, we have a very strong panel, a very good, knowledgeable panel. So I will not introduce the panel members one by one. I will just ask them, when they make their first introduction, to very briefly highlight these set of experiences and they have, you know, which is relevant to this discussion, because when I was reading through your CVs, I was quite impressed about, you know, the knowledge we have in this room to discuss this question. And so let's turn to the first one. What I really would like to hear from you, if you truly believe that indeed we can use to what we call a captured carbon economy. meaning that indeed we replace part of the plastics, or all the plastics possibly, with recyclable and renewable plastics, that we capture carbon into the building material. Can we really, is there a possibility to do so? If so, what are the challenges and what are the opportunities? So that, I think, is my first question, just to see if there is an agreement among the panel members that this is an area, in transition, the world community and then also the German industry should make. Rob, I start with you.
Okay. Rob van der Meij from Capricorn Partners. We're a venture capital company active in sustainable chemistry, digital transformations and health. I represent the Sustainable Chemistry Fund. My opinion on carbon capture and storage without use is that carbon capture and storage without use is pretty stupid. It's putting our head in the sand like we did with nuclear waste. We still see the examples of that. My other opinion is if you want to change things in the world, look at what we've achieved with recovery of the ozone layer. Look at what we've achieved with ultra-low sulfur fuels. It was all done by punishment. It was all done by regulatory. It was all done by threatening the license to operate. It was not done by incentives. If you want to change the industry, you got to threaten their license to operate. That's the only way they'll go for it and listen. Otherwise, the economics will always work. If you see today, we are in some chemicals that are a bio-based alternative to, say, fossil fuel produced. People talk about, yeah, but the bio-based is more expensive. No. The chemically based, the fossil fuel based, is underpriced. Because our pricing mechanisms are wrong and our regulatory systems are wrong. Right now there's incentives to burn materials rather than to do chemical recycling with them. Our regulatory systems are hopelessly behind all of the financial and societal initiatives. And if we want to change that, then we have to get some politicians with guts to take a stance and start arranging that. I'll leave it here otherwise. Yeah.
Very strong message, and I think very right indeed. Please.
Yeah, thank you. So it's Lars Börger. I'm working for Neste. It's a Finnish company. Actually, I always say that the first target I have in every panel discussion or other discussion is that it's not mixed up with Nestle. We are not that one. We are Neste, which is actually Finnish for liquid. Yeah, maybe relevant experience, as you said. I was working with BASF beforehand. There was running the biodegradable polymers business and biopolymer business, but also in 2011 a strange thought of having mass balancing. So we thought at that time, how can we use existing assets? Because if we want to do the transformation, it's very unlikely to wait only for new plants to be built and so on. So we need to make use of those, and then how can we do that? And there we came to the idea to use on the mass balance also then bio-based into a steam cracker. That was 2011. I should have invested in the certification funds, because if you look at those, in the past years they've exploded really. And that was very new in 2011. And yeah, also at that time we started to then go into that field. And actually I realized that my working place at Neste, I kind of introduced myself when we worked in BASF, because in Neste realized that this is a business, and that's where we are now. So coming to the point, now we're currently probably the largest user of and also developer of sustainable hydrocarbons. And one fear which I have, we talk about carbon capturing and utilization, is that we are making the mistake that we are too early kind of fixing which technologies we want to invest in. I think fundamentally, very clearly agreed, decarbonization was a topic, and the other fact is obviously you can't decarbonize chemistry. So there is carbon need for that, very simple, very obvious, but not always very clear to everybody. And there we should be open for using different technologies. And then that is carbon which is from the atmosphere. That is what we talk about today. That is carbon which comes from the biosphere, where we actually ask, so to say, the plants to convert the CO2 into something which is available, which is can be a very effective way. And then thirdly, of course, also keeping the carbon circulating, which is already there. So, and to answer your question, yes, of course, we need to do that. There's no question. it's on the one hand side always very complicated, talking about LCAs and so on. You have to take many factors into account. But one fact is super simple. We need to simply leave fossil carbon in the ground, full stop. This the main cause for climate change, and that's what we have to do. And all measures which help on that are per se something to look into. Maybe I stop here as well, because I could probably continue like Rob would.
Thank you. So in fact, two strong policy messages. Don't choose too quickly the technology. Make sure that the regulation is up to date to stimulate the industry to do this one. And that's also, I think, for the GEC, quite an important message that, by itself, an incubator will not make a change. They will need to make the link to the policy fora to be able and the financial fora, to be able that the financial and the policy environment is created to have these technologies a chance to replace dirty technologies. Please, sir.
Yeah, hello. My name is Frank Kenzie. I'm Managing Director of BFAB. We are a German biotech startup, and we use really the CO2 in the process which combines electrochemistry. We convert the CO2 into formic acid, and we use the formic acid in a bioprocess to convert to different products, like could be protein, could be polymers, it could even be fuels. And this is quite new approach. And my background is in general in biochemical engineering. So, and to your question, yeah, of course, it makes sense to use it, and we have really to use the CO2. And if you look on prices, so 60, if you capture the CO2 from the exhaust gases, so you can get it for 40 to 60 euros per ton, and this is quite cheap, So, but this is not the story alone, because you always need the hydrogen, and the hydrogen prices have to come down. But if you look also on the development of the renewable energy prices, so the last decade, they came really down, and now you can get the kilowatt hour on renewable energy for like 2 or 1 cent already, per kilowatt hour. So, and this is incredible, and this really makes this technologies possible at maybe still at a premium price. In comparison to the chemical produced or fossil-based chemicals, but it's coming close. So, and we just have to improve the productivities of our process. So we have not that much experience like the chemical industry. So, but we are continuing, and we need investments to develop these technologies. So I'm quite happy that the German government and especially the BMBF, the Ministry of Research and Development, puts a lot of money in these new technologies. So they run programs since like almost 10 years in CO2 conversion. And we are also part of one of these projects. So this is all for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So real practice, doing it in the real world. Before I ask some questions to all of you, Irish, if you would just close the first introductions.
Yes, thank you, Veerle. It's Iris Reed. I'm from the initiative from the Ministry of Economic Affairs here in North Rhine-Westphalia, in for Climate. And we are working together with our industry in North Rhine-Westphalia, with scientific institutes and the politic on pathways for the industry to getting climate neutral. So in our strategies, we see both. We do need the utilization of CO2, but also the storage, because all the scientific scenarios, which are really looking for 1.5 degree as a goal, they see we have unavoidable CO2 in the next to 2050, and we have to storage these unavoidable CO2 or do utilization, but the utilization part won't be so big that we do need CO2 storaging for getting climate neutral. And we also have the unavoidable CO2 from the cement industry, so it's basically fossil CO2, and if we put them into CO2 products, new products, we have to ensure that the carbon cycle is closed and that these CO2 won't be emitted. So storaging is there the big opportunity to getting climate neutral for this industry. And I think that's my first point. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. So in fact, we have had 2 policy interventions, yourself and Professor Bachmann. We had 2 interventions on use, plastics and a very wide range of uses, and we had 1 intervention on financing. So I'm first going to talk, direct my question to the use people. What is then the challenge? You know, and I will start with you, Lars, on plastic and recyclable and renewable plastic. You know, how are we going to differentiate the one from the other and from the fossil fuel plastics? And why is it not happening? The world at last is awake and knows that plastic is a problem. And now you come up with good plastic.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, it's a good question on plastic and can it be good and so on. I think it's very much defined by the use of it, as you said, so the application of it. And that's very often what we see. There's a misperception, let's say, or there's a certain perception, let's say, not a misperception. When people talk about plastics, they typically mean the pollution of the air, of the oceans and so on. But people don't think necessarily about the plastic they would probably find in hospitals during Corona times where they would not want to replace it. So plastics are there, and they should be there as well. So why is it not happening? Well, I would say actually it is happening. It's really impressive. If you look into the activities in the past, I would say 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years ago, if you would have gone to the big chemical companies and asked for projects and so on, I think often enough they would see this as a niche or something which is maybe to be considered. Now, in the past, as I said, 2 years, it's amazing how many people are shifting away, major oil companies even, seeing that. And the reason for that is it will be a license to operate, simply. So without it will not be possible. And that is not driven necessarily by only government. So if I came across it, we have to only wait for the government. That's not the case. It's already happening because companies, especially brand owners and downstream sustainability specifiers, already observing that they will have to have that in order to be able to interact with society. So that's a positive note. How can we distinguish those? I mean, that's a very good question, yeah. In the end, there must be a pathway towards fossil-free chemistry. It's a very long and strong thing because we have more than 350 million tons of fossil usage in chemistry. So that's a big number. Nevertheless, technologies are there and under development, so it's possible over time. And we need to just make sure that the path is on there. And then, of course, a labeling can help. On the other hand side, I'm always a bit hesitant to think that you cannot put this burden only onto consumers and put them another burden. Now, this is another label. This is now a good plastic. This is a bad plastic. There's really then again back to politics. We need to help this decision to happen. Yeah.
Thank you. And so from your side, formic acid, in fact, commodity chemical, and then you will make all kinds of other products. What is the biggest challenge?
Yeah, for us, I see the change in the markets and also the attitude of the customers, or the buyers. And that influences the brand owners. And here I see really a movement, so that they really change their mind and they ask for more renewable plastics or carbon-based products. But for our young companies, it's always the problem that we are in the early stages. So it's still a long journey to the market. And really to convince the investors to really spend the money in these technologies. They always want the products already in their hands. So this is the challenge for us. So, but I see really a change in the mind from the brand owners, as I mentioned. So, and they are also now coming to us to ask if we can produce or develop products for them already. So they take the initiative. They are not waiting for chemical industry that they change their processes, but they do it on their own. That small startups develop the processes, and this is quite really a different. It's a big change now. So they're not waiting for the big chemical companies, but they're going to startups and giving them the projects. So this is what I see.
Very nice positive messages. I would say that the GEC is the right initiative in the right time, in the right place, where there is also government supporting it and a federal government looking at the broader picture. Rob, financing, we hear it, risk. Is there enough financing that is prepared to go in startups where we really don't know yet if it's going to work?
I think in the grand scheme of things, financing is not so much the limit. Financing particular phases is very difficult. Particularly the scale-up phase is difficult because you have a technology uncertainty combined with a business uncertainty. And that's where, if you look at, say, the non-tech-based investors, get scared. For a tech-based investor like us on VC side, we're fine with the risk. That's our job. But then to get the larger ticket financiers convinced, that's the problem. After that, we have a project now for a first large-scale plant for recovered carbon black. I can find 20 financing companies for plant 2, 3, 4, 5. But that first one is the problem. Partly because there's an uncertainty on the business side, like will there be a business for this? And and I come back to the regulatory uncertainty. If you look back to ultra-low sulfur diesel, the technology there, so when ultra-low sulfur diesel was requested by the government to the refining industry said, oh no, impossible. It will kill refining. We cannot make that. And mind you, sulfur in diesel went down from 2,000 ppm to less than 10 ppm in less than 10 years. Because the US government and the European government said, that's bullshit. You can do it. And there came all kinds of technology initiatives, people with enzymes, with biology, and then the catalysis business thought like, okay, if we don't do anything, we're going out of business. So the catalysis business more than quadrupled the activity of the catalyst to get to that point. And there was a huge investment wave, and nobody argued about the investments because there was a business. So if you create the business incentive, this will happen. But right now, if I look at it from our perspective, there's a lot of business uncertainty. CO2 from a stack is a waste gas. If I turn that into a product, I have a big problem getting that product approved because I'm using a waste and I'm trying to turn it into a product, but who tells me that's a product? The other part is, if I take CO2 again, if you take the exhaust stack from a power plant or a coal facility, it's dirty CO2. It's got other gases in there and it's got particulates in there. And then we look at the startup like, well, we can supply you the CO2, but it is what it is. So you put the burden of, and this is a big technology problem to do that, it's actually not easy, but you put the burden of solving that dirty CO2 gas problem, you put it to the startup. If you want to use my CO2, you're going to make it clean. Instead of telling it to the power plant or to the steel plant, hey, make it clean. You can no longer do this. If this is not clean, in 5 years, you're going to stop this facility. Look at how much money they will invest in a gas cleaning technology. And that's the kind of initiatives. We're doing a lot of initiatives. There's a lot of finance available. If you go to the EIB, the EAF, everybody. But you have to put the pain at the right place. That's where we have to start with. Because then the technology will come. BFAP is a great example. That's a good technology. That's a technology that can work. But you got to create the right environment and the right circumstances to do this.
Aris, is this something the North Rhine-Westphalian government is addressing?
Yeah, we're working with the Ministry of Economic Affairs here in North Rhine-Westphalia for how can look CO2 infrastructure. And infrastructure is not only pipelines or trains who are transporting CO2, but also these questions you mentioned, like where can we or where have we to clean up the CO2? Is it as a steel plant, as a cement plant? Is it in a big hub where all the steam flows from CO2 comes together and get cleaned up? So that's a big question we are at this point discussing with the ministry, but also with the industry. So for this CO2 infrastructure, especially with pipelines, we don't have a legal framework yet. So we know that we do need it to connect our sources, but with the sinks, whenever it's utilization or storaging. And we don't have a procedure here in Germany how to plan these CO2, like the network plans for methane. So we need new procedures, and that's a point where the German ministry has to say, we want this, we want utilization, we want storaging, and now we have to go on with procedures to make it happen.
So that's a question to you. If you would have to advise the German government at this moment in time, will they be able to catch up? Because to a certain degree, well, except if I'm wrong, but if I read the report on the global capture of carbon, we don't have a big plant, you know, along the lines and an infrastructure, carbon capture infrastructure in Germany. So do you see this changing quite quickly here in Germany? Oops.
Honestly, not right now. Because the kind of green climate change policies, they don't like carbon capture ideas.
No, that's very true.
Yeah. And it will take a kind of educating them into a situation where they say, well, I have no better idea than capturing carbon. That takes time, of course. Right now, the official reading is that alone with renewable energy, we can manage a electrification of Germany at large. 5 times the amount of electric energy that we're using right now. That is an illusion from my point of view. But I would say finance is not, or money is not an issue. I agree with this. And here in Germany, the issue, I think, from what I observe is that the owner of the problem is not the owner of the solution. Like the BASF, great company. But are they involved in waste management? No. Waste management is a totally different, like a faction of capital. There's different money, different people, different mindsets, including the state or the local communities that have a stake in waste management. And we have to bring them together. Like in chemical recycling, BASF is big in chemical recycling. They have no chance in the setup of German waste management regime. So that should be changed. I mean, with the law on circularity, to bring the problem back to the owner of the solution, that would be something that I would think of. But right now, simply capture ideas are not really kind of liked in Berlin, I have to say.
Please.
Yeah, can I add to that or answer to that? I think that's really a very interesting question. If you talk about circularity, obviously waste as a concept is then not existing anymore because it's just a feedstock. That's very obvious. And as you said, so chemical recycling is one topic. Where do you collect the waste plastic, and who is the owner of that waste? That's a very interesting question. And also, but also other sources. So at Neste, where we work, we actually use waste and residue bio-based materials. That's another waste area. So used cooking oil as an example, and others, which you can also recirculate, so to say. That's a very important part. And there, it's really the game is about who has the best ability to manage the logistics, very simply, globally. And then mass balancing is exactly the topic. You need that, otherwise you cannot follow it through because it's not on the scale which already allows you to use a big scale. But what you also see in the market is interesting on the plastic waste, that there is now also, let's say, companies which are backward and forward integrating exactly to get hold of that. And that's exactly also for us. We're working with a big distributor who's also collecting post-industrial recycling, but also post-consumer recycling, in order to be sure that when we build our plant of 60,000 tons, that we have enough waste. So that's a totally different dynamics, and will be very interesting to see how that develops further. So yeah, very, very much agreeing to what you say. Yeah?
But that's also why it is so important that the GEC has this circularity as, you know, the basic point. If you compare it with other scales up or incubators, where they look at one part in the traditional industrial makeup. If we don't change our traditional makeup, by which a company like BASF becomes also a waste company, we will never solve it. So we will have to think about a different industrial makeup of the whole economic paradigm, you know, where new industries will emerge, and, you know, we will not have any more these silos which we have at this moment in time. So let's turn to GEC. And like Sebastian was saying, you know, carbon capture and use, leave storage out for a moment, is a very big field. It goes from everything from the cement, you know, to chemicals, to food was mentioned, to plastics. So where does an organization like GEC start? Which innovation does it pick to support? You know, to bring to the market at scale, to make indeed this change, you know, you were talking about. Because, you know, there was talk about the money, but the money is not endless. There is a limited amount of money. So how to select the right innovation process, the right startups to invest in order for them to make this change in paradigm possible, to get the money, you know, and to push policy in changing. Who wants to start with this one? I see you laughing, so please do go.
Did I get it right? So you're asking, so where should GEC start?
Start, yeah. Which, yeah. In the whole chain, you know.
I read a little bit about the focus, and yeah, I like the topics you picked already, like food and building materials and what was I think biopolymers.
Textile and mobility.
Yeah, textiles. Yeah, because these are big markets, and also we have to keep in mind that we also want to, if we capture the CO2, we want to store it for a long time. Yeah? So for building materials is also a good choice. What I also understand that you start at TRL 5, yeah, so this is in the range of the piloting, the pilot plant. So I think this is a big, there's also the financing or the death of Valley for a lot of companies. I think it's a good point to start there. About the amount of money you are investing or giving in these scale-up services, I'm not sure if this is sufficient. Yeah. So, and if a startup can also prove that the product is really has a good value and it's a good business, so I think then it's also easy to find an industry or the investor, yeah, to invest in a good product and economical product. Yeah. So I think it's a good point to really push young technologies, but probably co-financing to push it more, and even maybe invest in our own pilot plant. Then you need more money. Yeah, not just service.
I totally agree. If you see which money the American government is pushing in some of these startups, that indeed we are not talking. And that's why it's so important for an organization like the GEC, but also other incubators, to select the right one. If I look at the program of the European Union, you know, there's quite a bit of billions spent in new technologies, and I really don't see too many companies coming to scale and to the market. And then I think, you know, what's going wrong here? So, yeah, please.
Maybe I have something to add. So in our projects, we always apply the life cycle analysis. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have like good partners that they're experienced in it. So I believe that's important to apply this quite early already, so that with this you can really judge if the technology is valid and really brings a benefit. Yeah, so, and I also experienced that in the US, if you apply for a funding project, public funding, you have to submit already like a short LCA. So this is quite useful that all the experts there, the jury can already decide on these LCAs. No? Or maybe it's a preliminary, but that gives you an idea how beneficial and efficient the process technology is. Yeah.
Irish, you know the industrial environment quite well here in North Rhine-Westphalia. So how do you see that? Where do you think that GEC or GEC can help you make this transition to a neutral, carbon neutral economy?
Yes, thank you, Veerle. Today I cannot say which CCU product will the most promising because it has so many facets, like LCA you mentioned, like a business case, but also the systemic aspects like renewable energy, the demand and how many do we have here in North Rhine-Westphalia. So, but in order to facilitate the market introduction of CCU products, activities should be focused on some points we see. So I think carbon-containing products cannot be substituted by other materials or technologies efficiently in the long term are really interesting because we need long-term perspectives for investments. Another point is that applications where CCU products can lessen the use of fossil resources are really important, and that's in the short term. And the third point is that we need high-value products for stronger business cases. And if you bring all these together, these properties, polymers seems to be the most promising CCU products for bringing the market introduction.
Interesting. So you will have to react on this one.
Yeah. What I would maybe try to add to that, I mean, and also to the LCA topic. On the one hand side, it's absolutely important to, of course, check that you're not doing something wrong, unintended consequences are not wanted. On the other hand side, you have to be aware, we have to be aware that LCAs often are kind of disadvantaging new technologies because of a right risk rate and so on. So you have to handle it in the right way, not to make wrong conclusions. And then I think also one of the aspects always is on what do you look into is it a drop-in solution? So do you replace something which is existing just with a more sustainable part, or is it something which is a new function, has a new thing in it? And that is definitely a balance. So on the one hand side, I don't think it leads to full success if you only do new functionalities, because you have the existing things, and sometimes they are already optimized for the applications. On the other hand side, new technologies are really interesting there. If you had asked me where would I, let's say, search for new technology, I probably would have looked into where's an intelligent niche place where the carbon capturing is happening. Because also one thing is very clear, there's the large solutions we need. I mean, there are single steel mills which have 20 million tons of CO2 emissions, so there is a big one. But there's also a lot of small areas where an intelligent startup probably can find a way to close the carbon loop. And that's what I search for, because I think that could be of the size which a startup can really manage to look into, and then this, let's say, local or special solutions. I think that is a good one to look into.
Yeah, I would like to hear all your assessment of this one, because indeed, you know, can an organization like the GEC play a major role in carbon in cement? Or you know, carbon in commodity chemicals, or should they really look at these niche markets, knowing that, you know, high tech is really an area the region is very well versed in. So I really would like to, but from a financial perspective,
well, maybe not so much financial. I think a center like the GEC can really help to put the holistic picture together. And portray that in a fair and balanced way. Cement, I think, is a good example. You can capture CO2 in magnesium hydroxide. You make magnesium carbonate, makes pretty strong materials. But right now, it's more expensive than cement, so we don't do it. So cement is underpriced. Yeah, there are a lot of solutions are there, but they do require some technology development. But I don't see that as the limiting factor. In the Netherlands, we have this great €2 billion carbon capture project. How much did the Dutch government make available for like a CO2 conversion scale-up center? 0. Yeah? Whereas if they would put 20 or 30 million in a CO2 scale-up center, where you have facilities where 20 scale-ups could come, and they share the analytical equipment, they share the common problem scale-up equipment, they share all the facilities, it would be a hell of a lot easier. I can guarantee you that 5 to 10 years from now, you'll have 2 or 3 great companies that convert the CO2 into useful products. From a chemistry perspective, there's no limit there. That's all possible. But if everybody has to put in its own electrochemistry unit and its own cable for this and its own distillation for such, then it's expensive and inefficient. At the same time, I'm a little critical on the Dutch government here. If Facebook calls that they want to put up a data center in the middle of the country and pull all the green electricity away from the residential area, but they need an electricity cable, it's 1 month. Yeah. And that's the kind of things that are ridiculous. And okay, so we got good journalists, so we get it on the table. But as long as the thinking is still there, and that kind of thinking is allowed, and a center like the GEC can really help to bring these things forward, to show the benefits of a shared center for sustainable textiles. A sustainable textile is the dye, it's the polymer, it's the water footprint. But as you said, the one who brings the solution is always not the one that gets the benefit or where the pain is. Textile is probably the greatest example of that. I've been to a water treatment plant in India where they dye textiles, and it's really dyeing the world there. So I think a center like the GEC is very useful in bringing these kind of views together, and then indeed facilitate and enable these startups with all the common problems they have. Get an IP lawyer in-house, let them work at a reduced tariff, and pay the other tariff once the company is successful or the center is successful. But these are the common things for all startups.
So the lab facilities Sebastian was referring to, but I also remember you say 20, 30 million, because you need to be at scale to be able to set up the lab facilities which are big enough to...
And governments argue about that, like, well, that's the market. But that's bullshit. Because the task of the government is to put in infrastructure and enable infrastructure. If we can put an electricity cable for Facebook, we can also put a scale-up center for CO2. There's no reason not to do that.
I tend to agree. So...
Well, your question, going back to what GEC can be doing, I think for the time being, it does not do harm to look into niche markets. That's okay. That's the conventional way to do this. It's perfectly okay. But then the step forward would be another CC, not carbon capture. It would be connect and conspire. Because we have to connect and conspire against these kinds of wrong decisions or wrong setups that you pointed out. Giving a practical example, bring the pain to the owner or the solutions to the owner would mean that we have to bring BASF and Remondes, one of the waste management, biggest one in Germany, they both together. So the conventional picture of a startup is some guy sitting at a kitchen table, third beer, and then, well, I've got an idea. Let's go to the garage. Yeah, you're laughing, but with the connect and conspire idea, it's not the kitchen table anymore, it's the boardroom. That is where the focus is. Because we're running out of time when we wait for the kitchen table mechanism. The boardroom. But those silos, when we talk about silos, we normally talk about bureaucracy and administration. But I see the same silo thing in the economy. And we have to, don't destroy a silo as long as the silo is working. But otherwise, dance with the silo, make them dance. That is exactly what we need. A new kind of intervention in the license to operate. It might come from the state, but you might wait a long time for the state to come up with these kinds of regulation. But then, how can we do this practically in the market, with the market? And I'm sure that there are people out there in the boardrooms waiting for these kinds of initiatives. There are young people in the boardrooms as well, not the old ones like me, but the young ones. They want to make their career with some new bright ideas that they can sell on Friday evening to a Friday's people. So this is what I would be doing, what I suggest to be doing.
But of course, then the question is, you know, where does GEC get the license to bring the big guys together? I could imagine that if Sebastian tomorrow goes to, you know, the head of the CEO of BASF and say, listen, I want you to work together. So that's also a bit a problem, I think. But okay, yeah, sorry.
Yes, that's exactly the point we are working on. So bringing all the industry together in North Rhine-Westphalia. With InfoClimate, it was focused on energy-intensive industry, but now we grow up to a big initiative from the Ministry of Economic Affairs to Energy for Climate, and there we are bringing all the industry together. Also recycling companies like Remondis with our industry, energy-intensive industry, but also with KMU and the components builders. So I think that's a good point, and I think we have to connect our big industry then with the startups from GEC or other startup accelerators.
Please.
I have to make a point here. So I believe it's not good that the government gives so much money in the big companies because they are slow. The decision takes a lot of time. Yeah, and I have good examples where they do not see really the solution. Yeah. So, for example, we have really excellent science here in Germany. Yeah. So, and we have especially in CO2 conversion with biotech processes, the anaerobic processes. They are quite efficient. Yeah. So we have really excellent research here over decades. Yeah. So and it's a really prominent example. So Professor Peter Dürer from Ulm, he's the expert in anaerobes. Yeah. So which convert CO2 and hydrogen or carbon monoxide into ethanol, for example. Yeah. So they did a lot of basic research. So and which company took it up? A company from New Zealand took the idea. Yeah, Lanzatech. Yeah, so then they moved to the US. They got an investment over 200 million over time. Yeah, so and they now this is the first converter of CO2 and a really good example in the world. They're using the steel gases, carbon monoxide, to convert into ethanol. They have really big success. So and for example, BASF, they also invested in this company, but after 13 years. So this really demonstrates that our industry is not really, they do not have really a good view on the new technologies. Yeah, it took, they want the practical example that it works in the bigger scale. So, and they are slow. So therefore, it's better to invest in smaller units, and they are faster in development. A lot of fail as well, but this is the business. Yeah. So, but we get good solutions faster. And I think the strategy in Germany to invest in the bigger players, it's wrong. They have to, maybe they should connect with the startups, yeah, early on, yeah. So, but I think the investment is better in the smaller because then we are faster.
I think early on and for a long time. You know, I think this is one of the European Commission, you know, invest early on, very often, but for a very short time. And then, you know, the second value of that, it's again done. And it's a bit frustrating, at least from where I'm sitting, that indeed so often the research is done here, and then it's brought to the market in the US. You know, and then you wonder what is happening. I think it's not only being slow, I think it's also being risk-averse. You know, that's, I think, a big... I have lived a long time in the US, and, you know, the dynamism is much, you know... much bigger there. People dare to take risk and fail and take risk again and fail again. While here, people are much more, I think, risk averse than we have our colleagues in the US. But I would like to also open the floor to our participants who are here in person. I don't know if we can have the participants online also asking questions, because as you have seen, we have an excellent panel. And so if you have burning questions, I really would like you to have the opportunity to ask some of them. I'm looking at you, Sebastian. You must have gotten quite a bit of food for thought.
I'm not sure whether you can hear me online. So actually I can just only support your argument and your example with the case to New Zealand and then to the US. With regards to researches and patents, actually German is on par with the US, but then with respect to founding a company, being an entrepreneur, and then scaling it up, Germany falls far, far, far behind, even behind the EU average. And then the next point is, whole Europe actually does not really finance into scale-ups. Like out of the 17 unicorns, 2 are owned by EU investors in Europe. The rest is in the US. So actually we are also giving away more and more critical infrastructure, in particular in IT, to US investors. And we as Europe can only look at the US, and we are totally dependent on that. And that's actually something we want to support. For sure, the 200,000 euros is a low amount of money. But I think, as Rob mentioned it, we support on the business activities where actually a lot of scale-ups need support. Either it's an iteration of the business case, or is it in the technology field, IP support they need. Or then what we always say is, also if you are inventing a technology, you need to have a digital twin or the digital solutions which are state-of-the-art in order to be in a position to scale up fast then, and then to overcome the European obstacles of the fragmentation, for example. But with the right IT infrastructure and backbone, you're also able to do that, and that can be quite easily leveraged with our services.
Thank you. Other comments, remarks, questions to our panel? We cannot see what's happening online. I don't know if this is possible, but okay, let's not wait for this one. So then let me turn back to the panel and just ask each of you, following this line this time, for maybe 2 or 3 remarks, advice, recommendations you would wish to give to an organization such as the GEC, so that they really can be guided by your experience and your wisdom.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking forward for a good connection between GEC and Energy for Climate, so that we can think together about solutions for the industry for CO2 utilization, and go on with the big aspects like CO2 infrastructure. And I'm really interested in which startups you will find and you will supporting. So best luck.
It's really nice. I think this link between policy, and actual doing it is crucial. I hope you agree with me. I think, when I was working with Klaus Töpfer, because he also was, in the real life, but the UN is, of course, all about policy, but making sure that there is an understanding, for example, between good plastics and bad plastics, has to come at the policy level and awareness-raising level. So indeed, I hope that this link between North Rhine-Westphalia and the policy setting and the European policy setting, we should have had also European person here, really can happen, because that's, I think, is very often missing to help startups come, to the market at scale.
So, what I could say is that what I see is that we have really good support for startups early on. Yeah, from starting from the university, there are a lot of funding programs. So, and it's good that GEC is there, and to bridge really the valley to the scale up. Yeah. So, and also as Rob was mentioning, scale up center, yeah, where we can share the devices, the analytical and the pilot plants. Yeah, that would be good, and that would be maybe in the future a good addition to the services you offer. And I think this will be a really nice connection. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually something we are currently performing. So we performed a lab study through like 100-kilometer radius around the campus, and then also enlarging to Germany. There's no facility in a 100-kilometer radius for a startup to go to a lab even on a paid basis. None. And we are a tech-based country. Why is not the government spending money to offer these shared facilities? Even we are not allowed, and we are starting working with universities to access the university labs. They are dark at 3 o'clock in the evening. So why are not entering these labs as the US is doing? US government is just giving and investing in lab facilities of universities if they are publicly available. And that's something we are working on, and right now we are working on what might be the shared equipment that can be leveraged. For example, testing equipment, testing for biodegradability is mostly important, that we provide these facilities in the midterm here on our campus.
Günther, I think you will have to go back to the Council on Sustainable Development. You get some very strong messages, and you have to tell the new government that this is the way forward. I think there are quite some, but please.
Well, you might know I'm no longer on the Council anymore. I'm retired, and as a retiree, I'm just giving advice. That's the easy part. Yeah. I don't have to do it. So my answer would be a little bit more generic. From my personal experience in this 20 years on the Council, the best way I did with some of these projects when I did not wait for being officially asked. Just create facts. And I think that's the basic thing here. Not on the technology side, because I think technology is there. Their financing is there. The whole financing sector is quite crazy about the taxonomy and what it means and stuff. So, yeah, but if you look into what is the essence of the green race, green race is rude. It creates inequalities as it creates chances and options. And to navigate the green race, you cannot wait for anybody to say, well, this is the right way, or this is the right technology, this is the right. You're going to have to. You seem to be doing this with the universities. I hear what you're saying. Just cross the lines and irritate people. I think that is the best thing to do.
So it's first sin and then ask for forgiveness. But yeah, maybe that's the way forward, Lars.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good pragmatic approach to things, and really just get it going, and also not thinking silos, the big company, small company. I think the platform thinking is a very relevant thought here, and combining companies which have not been worked together is very important. But maybe I would like to take a bit of a different view onto that. I mean, we are now talking very much about what is missing and what we've not been doing, but on the other hand side, it's exactly the right time now. There's never been a better time for innovation, for sustainability. Everybody has woken up. There's not a question anymore. The urgency of the problem is recognized, and all of the people are really working on that. So it's super exciting to see how much is happening now. And I would say it's really very positive time. So I think a very good timing in founding this center, and then there will be many activities, and then there will be problems to be solved, as we discussed them today, but they will be solved, I'm very sure. So it's, yeah, very good time to work in sustainability.
And Rob, the last word for you.
Yeah, well, for the GEC, for Friedrich and Sebastian, it's a great initiative. It's great it's there. Keep an eye on what makes sense, and keep pressure on the regulatory side. Because that's really, chemicals is different than an app for pizza delivery. Chemicals is a very regulated business. It's a dangerous business. But it's a business where a lot can be changed. The technologies are there. You can turn a steel factory in a methanol factory easily. You make CO2, you can convert CO2 into CO, so you have CO2 and CO, and you can make methanol. And from methanol, you can make almost everything. So that is all there. But the driver and the will, the willpower, and not the carrot, but the really big stick to get it done. And I think for the GEC, besides the mundane operational tasks, there is, I think, this task to keep that holistic push on every level. So.
I like this as the closing sentence. From methanol, you can make nearly everything, and so a captured carbon economy must then be possible. And hopefully in 20, 30 years from now, we will be wondering, why were these people discussing it? It's so logical, let's do it. So hopefully that's where we are. I thought that we had a really excellent panel today. I hope you had enjoyed it. I hope you learned a lot. I certainly did. I liked very different perspectives. So I thank you all online, the people here in the room, for sharing with us this talk, this time with the panelists. And I thank the panelists very much. I hope that you will stay associated with the GEC. We need your wisdom, we need your insights. We need to make this shift, this transition in the economic makeup of our societies. Otherwise, we will have problems, bigger and bigger problems. There I'm convinced. And we need people like you, who dare to take the different steps, who have the vision to do so. So with a lot of thanks, let's give them a round of applause. And with this, I think, Sebastian, back over to you. Or?
Yeah, thank you very much. As said, for us, it's really, really important to have these stakeholders at our side to advise us, to discuss with you, together with us, to actually make collaborative innovation happen. And I think, therefore, we need to have a diverse group to set the focus then right and to push it forward. As Friedrich always said, we as a GEC, we always do it different. That's how we act with the universities, and we try to be pushy on several phrases. And if people tell us that's not working, then we make it somehow happen and work. Thank you very much for your participation and your insights.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of innovation and sustainability, my name is Holger Bengs and I'm the founder and managing director of BCNP Chemistry Consultancy, and I'm the initiator of ECP. And today, this morning, we opened the 6th ECP over here in Düsseldorf in the premises of the new and unique Global Entrepreneurship Centre. And my role at this point is just to say that this is the second opening panel, Next Generation Food, and we will have an expert round. And now I would like to hand over to our experienced moderator, which is Lee Green. Please, the floor is now all yours, Lee, and thank you for being with us and taking this moderation.
Thank you so much, Holger. Yes, welcome to the second panel of the day. The next 90 minutes are all over the next generation food, and we'll have an amazing introduction by Alexander Merdian from the Deutsche Institut für Lebensmitteltechnik, DIL, the German Institute for Food Technology. He's going to give you an insight about the state of the art, the state of the industry, the next generation of food, and what the trends are. And then we're going to have a deep dive with our amazing panel of experts here to explore what the innovations, the technologies, and the business opportunities are that allow us to create a food system that's going to be more sustainable, reduce climate change, and feed the world. Alexander.
Yeah, dear colleagues, thank you very much for having me here. It's really a pleasure, and I have to say that I already learned a lot in the first panel. Some of the expressions really sound familiar. Food, yeah, very nice topic. We are consuming it every day. We are purchasing it, and sometimes we are thinking about it. Well, talking about next generation food, we have to see in the context of the overall food system. Food system sounds very technical. What is that? I think it's common understanding by now that the food system includes all relevant actors, resources, activities relevant for the production and the consumption of food and beverages, as well as wastes and losses and their impact on the economy. Even more important, the environment and the society, including health. If you look at the current food system, the requirements for change become obvious. The world population will be around 10 billion by 2015, and with limited resources, it will not be possible to feed the world. Food production is responsible for 34% of the greenhouse gas emissions, 40% of land use, and 70% of fresh water withdrawals. Almost 1/3 of all food is wasted along the value chain. And just to give you an idea, this amounts to 1.3 billion tons annually. On the other hand side, almost 10% of the global population is facing hunger, while almost 40% of the global population is either overweight or even obese. And in Europe, it's even higher, up to a bit more than 50%. Especially classical meat production contributes to a problematic environmental impact, as it is responsible for even more land use greenhouse gas emissions. The replacement of animal protein in food products is therefore very much in the focus and the discussions about the food system. We have a lot of topics, and my list, which I'm presenting here, is far away from being exhaustive. Avoidance of food waste is one of the main topics, and this is really a startup topic as well, as we see a lot of startups dealing with that rather than the industry itself. New methods of farming and breeding, replacement of the proteins, I said it, by alternative proteins. Digitalization is a very hot topic as well. Efficient and sustainable food processing, packaging, transparency, and consumer trust also have to be added. Let me just select 3 topics where I would like to summarize my observations, and I'm really looking forward to our panel discussion afterward because there are a lot more topics. Avoidance of food waste includes certain elements. It includes precision farming, food management in catering and households, extension of shelf life and monitoring systems, and valorization of side streams. Another typical expression from the food industry, valorization of side streams. Side streams, the consumer would call it waste. For instance, whey from the dairy industry, spent grain from the breweries. Yeah. But we call it side streams because there are components in it which can be used, and we have a lot of startups. We found it out. My dear colleague Christoph is here from EIT Food, with a lot of startups dealing with the valorization of side stream, meaning making someone useful out of it. Secondly, precision farming, especially in Europe. This is a topic around all the farming discussions. What does it mean? Precision farming is mainly focusing on the reduction of fertilizers and pesticides, but as well as on the increasing of yield with better farm management system using and processing data. It's a very data-driven thing. We see a lot of good solutions from the industry as well as from startups, and I would say, Christoph, you might agree on that, especially the agri-industry is very keen on getting into touch with the startups providing new solutions. Thirdly, and this is maybe what we really can call next generation food, alternative proteins. There's not really a definition about next generation food, but mostly food made of alternative proteins is meant, and currently 3 main pillars are defined by, I don't know whom, the Americans again most probably, plant-based protein, cultivated meat, and fermentation. I would also like to add insect protein and proteins extracted from algae and fungi, which is neither plant nor an animal, as we know. If we look at different new food products, we can see that plant-based alternatives for meat products already made their way onto the shelves of the supermarkets and on the list of the consumers. And whoever is a bit interested in that knows they are getting better. The variety and the product quality is getting better. So I think with meat alternatives made out of plant-based proteins, we are on a good way. There are other products like egg substitutes. They are also available in quite amazing qualities already, but not really so much in the focus of the European consumer yet. What remains challenging is cheese in the dairy product range. We all know the milk substitutes, they are excellent. You can even prepare a nice espresso with foaming milk because it has all the functionalities, but cheese remains a challenge. I think the breakthrough can be expected after a plant-based casein-like protein is developed, and I think we will have it. Good alternatives are going to come. That's pretty much the focus of the industry. Some companies especially launched startup challenges for that, to find the solution. Yeah. Same thing with seafood. Seafood alternatives are challenging. Why? Because the key technology, extrusion, doesn't work with them. It does not really produce good results. And 3D printing, which is tried at the moment, hard to scale. I don't know where the solution is. We have some cool things like the shrimp, the vegan shrimp, pretty cool, I saw it. But it's a bit comparable to cell meat for my taste. It's really too expensive at the moment. I said other sources, I mentioned some algae. It's producing nice results in food as well as in feed. It's working. And it will certainly have a big potential in the future. We see a lot of startups dealing with algae, very successful, but now started with the EIT projects, for instance, a couple of years ago, and now they are really market ready. Insect protein, you may have heard of it, the insect burger or the insect tracker, cool stuff in a way, but you're very hard to convince the customer to take it. So the insect cracker tastes like a normal cracker. It's pretty expensive, of course. Everything which is coming from startups, putting it on the market is a bit more expensive. But the consumer acceptance, I really cannot see it. Yeah, one of the hottest topics if you read, especially US media, cultured meat or cultivated meat attracted a lot of attention in the food tech community and among investors, and is, as I said, hardly discussed. Over $3 billion have been invested in this sector since 2017. That is a lot of money for a technology which produces some results, but no one really knows if it is, to what extent it will be scalable. I try to be a bit diplomatic because I do not want to confront the people who are in the industry. Yeah, it's energy intensive, it's highly complex, therefore it is expensive. What's used today, as far as we are informed, because we are not really dealing from the institute side with cell-based meat, the reactors are more or less are coming from the medical industry. Producing meat cell is not really that new. It was used in medicine before, but to control it is a problem. Apparently, investors expect that these challenges can be solved midterm. I would say globally, no one knows exactly. 30 to 70 companies are maybe focusing on cell-based meat, mostly from the US and Israel. If cultured meat will ever be accepted by a large number of consumers is uncertain. You know? If you look at studies on consumer acceptance, it really gives an unclear picture. More relevance we can see in fermentation. And the global market for fermentation, just to give you an idea, is over $500 billion. And it's expected to reach $875 billion by 2027. And if you look at the alternative protein industry, we can say that fermentation refers to the cultivation of microbial organisms for the purpose of processing food or food ingredients. And it's basically used by the industry in three main ways. It's the traditional fermentation, one of the oldest processing methods for food, sauerkraut, dairy products, beer, bread, whatever. And after many years where we haven't seen any new inventions in classical fermentation, it seems that it becomes hype again, with a lot of new cool products. And when it comes to energy efficiency in the process, when it comes to other things along the sustainability assessment, it's really cool. It should be used more often. And if you count how many classical fermented products you're eating every day, you will be astonished. So hype again. Then second way is biomass fermentation, which is using rapid growth of high protein content of many microorganisms to efficiently produce a large amount of protein. And the third one, which is maybe from the technical side, the coolest one, of course, is precision fermentation, very, very high tech. It is a process that allows to program microorganisms to produce almost any complex organic module. It uses specially designed microbial hosts as cell factories to produce specific functional ingredients. Problem coming along, as I said, complex. We have a problem with, I wouldn't say we have a problem, but the GMO regulations of the European Union is not really supporting a precision fermentation. Let's put it this way. If you look at the market, biomass, precision fermentation as one of the key technologies for alternative proteins, there are others, like if you really want to make a food product out of proteins, you need extrusion. And this technology is really developing. We just invested into a very big extrusion plant at our institute, trying to do production on industrial scale. The Good Food Institute is listing currently about 51 companies globally who are primarily focusing on precision fermentation. I think it's a bit more. I'm usually using Linknovate to find out innovations, and this is showing more than 80 results with 82 companies holding 33 patents. Once again, most of the companies are based in the US and Israel. Yeah, one segment of modern food or modern food production is not really in the public discussion. It is the sustainable and efficient food production. So, yeah, if you look at the consumer, if you ask the consumers, it is, yeah, sustainable food production mostly refers to local sourcing, a short list of ingredients, a small extent of processing, a bio label, and so on and so forth, which is all cool, which is all needed. But which brings not the overall solution for the food systems, because food systems or the production of food, the production of next generation food is very much technology driven, especially two aspects. As I just said, it's not possible to deal with any kind of next generation food, including high tech. Secondly, efficient food production will have a different meaning than today, as it will focus on energy efficiency. Not so much the topic as today, but it's increasing. Increase of yield with better or alternative ingredients, which is a good thing. I mean, even if you look, for instance, at palm oil production, yeah, palm oil is really needed, maybe not in that extent that we are importing it, but it's needed in other countries. And we developed, for instance, a new technology which gives 10% more yield on palm oil, which is tremendous. Yeah. And last but not least, it's the reduction of raw materials and the better use of side streams, either the avoidance of side streams or the better use of side streams. Yeah, let me close. I hope I'm not exceeding the given 15 minutes. Let me close with some remarks from the angle of a startup supporter. And I'm so happy that I found my colleagues here today. Agri-food startups are playing a fundamental role in the change of the food system. Why? I think out of the box, usually. Maybe even more important, they are not glued and bounded to existing product portfolios. Oh, we maybe cannot do that. We do not know if the customers are accepting it. They are more agile, that's for sure. Sometimes a bit too agile, people say. I would say it's pretty much okay. And they are prepared to take risks. And there are a lot of things which could be done in order to improve the startup scene or ecosystem, like access to funding, simplified legislation, etc., etc. But I maybe just would like to add two things, and I'm sure that we will hear the rest in the panel discussion. Europe, as well as our national governments, have to intensify their efforts to support the agri-food startup system if you want to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm very happy to hear that there's a lot of other topics as well, but it is food as well, and we need more money and more offers in that system. Initiatives to intensify the access to technological infrastructure for startups have to be launched. We need funded and easy access to support schemes to avoid the technological development gap for agri-food startups. We heard it earlier, there's a valley of death for a startup, but there's also the valley of death from the technological side, and it comes fast. If you keep in mind that the tech-driven innovations are coming from academic entrepreneurs mostly. They either have a master thesis, they have a topic for their PhD, and they have the idea to commercialize it, to bring it to market. We have a pretty short time frame, yeah? Because they will find a job easily. They want to build a house. They do not find enough time. So we have to get them at a point where their university is not really able to supply the technology they need. This technology support has to come from outside to avoid that we are losing so many nice potential academic entrepreneurs on the way. Yeah, thank you very much for listening. This was just a small selection of all of the topics in food tech and the agri-food industry. I hope I could deliver at least some ideas, and as I said, looking forward now to a lively discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Yeah, that was 15 minutes of a lot of input. At this point, we're going to try Mentimeter, and we're trying to get some input from every one of you listening or tuned in at your computers. You will see in the updated YouTube, and also if you check the menti.com and use the code 5734408. If you go on menti.com, also you here in the room, please use your cell phones. And if you want to plug in the 3 keywords, the 3 words that pop into your head when you think about next generation food, what it means to you and what it means into your business, for your business, so we make sure that we loop in your perspective in this conversation. Because as Alexander said, it's 2050 is a big year. We have climate neutrality that we're trying to achieve for Europe, but it's also the famous 1 billion people that we need to feed. And that might be a little conundrum there because we have a higher need for protein, we have a higher need for food, and we need to reduce our emission from the industry, which at the current rate, based on the FAO estimates that you also quoted, is 31%. So let's turn to this panel and see what they're doing. So yeah, keep them coming. We have the first comments here: stop hunger and increase biodiversity. So use your Mentimeter and send us some more input. What are the 3 thoughts that pop into your head, dear audience? But now to the panel. What are the 3 things, or what is the most important thing that pops into your heads? And we might want to start with the panel that's sitting here, and then we're going to zoom in our 2 colleagues that are joining virtually from Silicon Valley and from Darmstadt. We do that in a second. Caroline, do you want to tell us who you are, where you're from, and what is the biggest driver in your mind?
Yes, of course. I'm very excited to be here. I'm Caroline. I'm an investor and director at Plug and Play. We're the world's largest open innovation platform and one of the most active early stage investors. We have 21 industries that we cover, but some of the industries we're really excited about right now is food tech, agricultural tech, also new materials and packaging, and sustainability. So the topic of new food, how to reduce emissions that come from food, is on top of our priority. And I think it's very hard to put this into 3 keywords, but seeing everything that the audience is saying, I do agree. It's of course gonna give everyone access to more nutritious, healthy food. If we think about alternative proteins, what impact they could have on society, also with relation to kind of the current challenges that we're seeing, that people are overweight. So I think this is one point, really giving access to nutritious, healthy food. The other one is, of course, reducing the impact that we're right now having. I mean, agriculture alone accounts for 10% of carbon emissions. Food waste, I think I read a stat that it's 140 billion in costs a year just through the production, kind of getting rid of the food and supplying it. So I think that's a massive number we have to decrease. And then also as a third point, just kind of customer education and adoption, I think will get us there. So that's always what comes to my mind. How do we get customers to accept plant-based alternatives? How do we get the things in the market? So that's a lot of the things that are on my mind, but would love to hear from my colleagues here, the thoughts, and I'm excited for this panel.
Perfect, thank you. Clément, do you agree, disagree? And by the way, who are you?
Hi everyone, thanks for having me. It's really exciting to be part of this event. My name is Clément Tischer. I'm Head of Innovation and Partnerships at Annex Food, which is the food innovation hub of Metro, so the international wholesaler. What we do is we're actually the bridge builder between the innovation ecosystem, especially in terms of startups, and the corporate and also the country organizations. So we look out there for, first of all, from a high level, what kind of megatrends are out there that are affecting the food industry and thus also our core businesses. And then we break it down into smaller micro trends and see what kind of innovations are out there that tackle those big megatrends. And this is climate change, population growth, urbanization, and so on. So we look in the innovation ecosystem for solutions that we, if identified, then want to pilot within the organization. So we have the luck that we are active in 24 countries, now in 23 countries. We got rid of China, so we are active from Portugal to Russia. And we have the opportunity to also select innovations from across the globe and then work on a also global basis and see which countries we can then pilot the innovations. And if successful, we then help also to scale it up into the different organizations within the Metro world, so to say. And we had the discussion shortly before this panel. I cannot agree on 1, 2, or 3 single topics because I think it's a broad industry. And if you look at the whole value chain, it's everything from seeds to really the food, and in between, everything matters. But what unifies us, I think, is a strong, sustainable perspective on the topic of food. So in terms of food innovation, of course, there's alternative proteins, and I can only emphasize on what Alexander told us in his speech. So I see different platforms, fermentation platform, the plant-based platform, and also insect platform. I don't see it coming in the Western world, but it will be a small part. And I don't see that there will be only one technology that will win the race. It's a mix of everything. Also in regards to, I've seen the keyword biodiversity. So we have to make sure, because now everyone's looking into pea protein, for instance. This would not be the cure to all the problems to just have pea protein out there. We need different sorts of protein, and therefore plant-based proteins, insect proteins, and all the other stuff. And one other keyword that I would like to throw in the ring is Internet of Food. So making use of the technology that is out there to raise efficiency within the supply chain, because food waste, we've heard it, is one of the major problems. And there's even a study from the WWF saying that the amount of food waste is even twice as high because of post-harvest loss. This did not, or was not taken into account in many studies before. But the supply chain is a really, really big issue. 40% of all the food waste is being generated in the supply chain. So we'll have to look at technologies to raise efficiency there. And one, for instance, would be vertical farming. So we can really close the gap between the point of production and the point of consumption.
Wonderful. Some great insights here. What do you have to add to that, Christoph?
Yeah, thanks so much, Lee, for the introduction. I'm Christoph. I'm with EIT Food, and EIT Food is Europe's leading agri-food open innovation initiative. We work in 4 functional areas, and we very much believe in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. So I'm very pleased to work with startups in my day-to-day business, and we support early-stage entrepreneurs all the way along the journey until they are hopefully meaningful, impactful change makers and are ready to scale up. We have at the moment, that's my plug for the day, our call for applications open. So if you want to check our website and apply, we are welcoming all future change makers along the food value chain. And it brings me already to the hot topics. So at EIT Food, we believe actually in that we have 6 major challenges to solve within our food system. And one of it, and what we may have not heard before, is definitely also personalization of food. There's a huge opportunity to become more personalized in the way we consume food. Big topic is, as well as what was already mentioned before, the topic of circularity. I mean, Clément is absolutely right. Too much food is wasted along the food value chain, starting with food loss in the very beginning. But also it opens up a lot of opportunities if you look closer to the opportunities that food waste can actually create as well. So valorizing side streams and looking at different new approaches on how to make more valuable products as a result is a really, really interesting angle to look at. And we will talk a bit more about alternative proteins as well, but I would have listed this topic as well, for sure.
Perfect, thank you. And I don't know about you, but I am totally excited to see that all the keywords popping up that are of interest to you are the ones that we're addressing here today. So stay tuned. We have lots of insights for you. We're going to dig deep and find out how these guys are doing it within the organizations and what their learnings are. So thank you to the tech team back there. You could loop in Rodrigo Ortego, please, and Thomas. Hello to Silicon Valley and hello to Darmstadt.
Hello.
Hi. Do you want to take over? Maybe we'll have Thomas first here. Do you want to introduce yourself? Why you're up this early? Because you're in Silicon Valley, and what your 3 keywords are.
Yeah, thanks, Lee, for asking and being part of this panel here. Yeah, so my name is Thomas Herget. I'm working for Merck, actually in Darmstadt, so where we will go next, actually we go next station, headquarters in Darmstadt. Yeah, so I'm based here in Silicon Valley, and I'm running what we call Silicon Valley Innovation Hub, and I'm also overseeing an innovation hub in Shanghai and in China. So I can also maybe speak a little bit about the Chinese perspective on food. So our organization is looking for new business opportunities beyond our core sectors. Our core sectors are life science, healthcare, and performance materials or electronics now. And we identified actually cultured meat as a new innovation field. So why did we enter cultured meat and not maybe one of the other alternatives, precision farming or insects or plant-based food? So we are actually coming indeed, as Alexander said in his intro, we are coming from biopharma. So we are one of the leading biopharma companies, also called Sigma here in North America. And our entry ticket was indeed, our knowledge for bioprocessing. Because at a very high level, the process of cultured meat and producing stem cells or biologicals is similar. You have a bioreactor, you have cells, you have cell culture media, you have your upstream process, a downstream process. And we thought it would be an easy entry for us. But then we learned the problems are in the details, and therefore we are actually moving away a bit from the biofarm base where we started. So we are not dogmatic with cultured meat. We appreciate and acknowledge that there are different ways to feed the world in 30 years when we have close to 10 billion. Obviously, the problem is really protein. It's not carbohydrates. We have enough carbohydrates. The issue will be, the bottleneck will be proteins. And so we think that there will be, in future, maybe in 10 years' time, there will be, it will be divided in three parts. We have the plant-based, we have the cultured meat, and we have the conventional meat, in addition to insects and so on and algae. But probably this will be always a niche market, as also Alexander said. And yeah, so I don't want to repeat all the things which my predecessors said, because it's all sustainability, it's health, it's overfishing, maybe the ocean, it wasn't mentioned before, but especially health. I mean, maybe we can discuss it later, but we think, and studies say this, cultured meat at the end may be more healthy than conventional meat and more sustainable. And I could talk forever. It's my favorite topic, but I'll give it back to you, Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so over to you, Roy. Or Rodrigo. I don't know, how do you want us to call you today?
Roy is okay.
Okay.
Thanks so much for the invitation. My name is Rodrigo, or Roy, as you wish. I'm working for the Dula Ventures team. Dula Ventures is the VC arm of the Dula Group. The Dula Group is a food and beverage ingredient manufacturer, one of the biggest in the world. And we have been for the last 150 years all natural. Now it's called plant-based, and I really like the name even more. And yeah, we have invested in several early stage startups in Europe and also in the US, and we focused in all the topics across the food chain. There are specific topics that are more relevant for us, like alternative proteins and many words that have been used so far. I guess I fully agree with all the words that have been mentioned so far. I will add two words to it. The first one would be taste. For us, is key taste. It doesn't matter how nutritious the product is, how sustainable it is, talking about insect protein and acceptance of consumers. If you don't match the taste profile of consumers, then it's not a good solution. That's the way we see it. And probably we're still right. That's also one of the main complications around alternative proteins, matching the taste of really extraordinary products, especially in the dairy world. And the second word that I would love to add is scalability. I guess it doesn't, or we shouldn't be focusing in technologies that will only serve 1% of the population, and that they cannot reach massive scale in order to promote nutritional and health benefits to most of the population worldwide. So these two words, taste and scalability, would be the words that I would like to add.
Perfect, thank you. Scalability, we're at the Global Entrepreneurship Centre that's focused on scale-up, so that is the perfect word for today too. Let's maybe dive into the various aspects that you've been mentioned and sort of really quickly, because I know we could do a whole conference on each of these topics, really quickly just share experiences and see what your learnings are. I would suggest that maybe we go along the value chain and maybe we start with farming because that's where all food kind of starts, at least for now. Maybe in a while Thomas will tell us that will change and food will now start in the lab, but for now it still starts in the land. One of the buzzwords, Christophe, that I read EIT Food just published on their website the top 5 European food trends for 2022. And one word in there, one word that hasn't really been mentioned today, but kind of goes into precision farming is generative farming. And that puts the focus on soil health, right? And the possibility to capture carbon because you have a healthier soil, etc. So that's super important if we're looking for impactful levers to fight climate change. So what are the dynamics that you observe among startups in Europe in that arena? What are the technologies that startups come up with?
Yep. That's an excellent question, and it also ties a bit to what Roy just said. You need to have a consumer focus, right? And the consumer in regenerative agriculture is actually replaced a bit by the farmer. So all the practices that are employed in the agricultural space should put the farmer front and center. So that's the first. And we would go even one step further. Yeah? So what's needed is not just regenerative agricultural practices, but what's really needed is a regenerative agricultural revolution. So we really need to press the gas pedal, which means we need to look out how we can restore soil health instead of depleting it, because it's such a powerful tool to store carbon as well. And what we see as from a startup angle, I feel it's not so much a startup arena in a way, right? So it's more all actors are needed. It's big industry, it's farmers, and it is startups can contribute to this revolution, and they're playing an important part, especially if you look at very targeted solutions that they can offer. For instance, organic fertilizers, if you look at plant extracts, if you look at also possibilities to restore soil health. We had last year a startup within our cohort who is now piloting their solution in the Ahr Valley nearby, which was very much harmed by the flooding. So what they are doing is they are doing bioleaching and extract chemicals from the soil and hereby restoring soil health. So it's an amazing technology, and more of it is needed, right? So I guess it's not only true for agricultural space, but startups can play an important role, but it takes a bit more than just start looking at startup solutions.
Do you see any other technologies? I don't know, but you do lots of ag tech at Plug and Play.
Yeah, I would love to add to that. Actually, we were quite excited about this investment field and still think it's one of the kind of hot trends that are right now. And there's multiple companies working on business models. So what we've seen, for instance, Klim and Berlin does that the business model is educating the farmers, so giving them the tools to really employ regenerative farming, and then also incentivizing them for it. So for instance, by really saving emissions and kind of saving the soil, they get carbon credits that they can use for additional kind of revenue and maybe also investments later on. One big kind of question that I would also love to see from everyone in the panel today is how is this actually sustainable for them? Because usually to really employ everything, it will take them years to become profitable. So they have a lot of costs in the beginning. And then obviously the question is the incentive is not high enough of these carbon credits to really make them do it. So for me, the biggest kind of concern around this is how do we incentivize these farmers to go that way? Can maybe governments help? So this is one big question that we are currently having, and would love to see if everyone else has thought about it in the panel.
Alexander is nodding, so I think he has something to add.
Yeah. Agriculture, yeah. Is agriculture real part of a normal economy? If you look at Europe, I would say maybe not really. On the other hand side, if we look at the prices of food products, and we heard it in the first panel, are we paying the full price? No, we are not paying the full price. And this is basically the limitation when it comes to a change of agriculture. If I'm visiting agricultural events, summits, the farmers are telling me, we do everything, what we are currently doing, we do not really like, but we have to make our money with that. So without incentives from policy and without regulations, I think it's hard to achieve. Yeah. On the other hand side, when it comes to the general acceptance of alternative food processing, alternative food in general, I would say we teach startups, you have to be customer focused, yeah? So customer driven. Isn't it sometimes a way that we have to drive the customers? Because we are generating a need which is not really there, because we say, hey, we have to save the world, we have to reach the SDGs, yeah? You have to change your nutrition, you have to change your diet. And I think this is where the challenge really starts. We have a strong community, especially of educated people who like more and more better food, sustainable food, but we have all the rest. And if we look at the global level, we have, for instance, a decreasing demand of meat in Europe, especially in Germany, and we have an increasing demand in other parts of the world. So without policy regulations might be hard to convince the farmers. The farmers are looking, they know that a change is coming, and I think there's a good space to convince if we have the right incentives.
But other than incentives, I mean, precision fermentation, precision farming does give us a chance to reduce inputs, gives farmers a chance to reduce inputs, probably save money, you know, which maybe is an incentive that's market-based. You have the idea of having robotics that are lighter, that don't compact the soil. Do you have any thoughts, Thomas? I know that you said you had something to add on precision farming. What are your thoughts on precision farming as a shift to a more healthy agriculture?
Lee, I'm not an expert for precision farming. I'm maybe more an expert for precision fermentation, but not really farming. And obviously I could talk to it. But I would give it to one of the experts in the panel.
Okay. No, good.
Please ask somebody else.
Not
to waste any time here.
Not a problem. Then, but what's with you, Roy? Did you have any investments in agriculture, or are you focusing on ingredients and then the finished products?
We're actually not investing currently in agriculture, just after the crop. That's where we are focusing transformative technologies. For sure, we keep an eye on agriculture and technologies in order to see what could be available for the farmers that we work with. Maybe, I mean, something that is important to mention in here is also all the costs that it represents for the farmers to adopt such technologies, right? Currently, entrepreneurs are focusing a lot on technology development and this field on a really scientific approach, but not on the business model approach that a lot of the people that we are getting. And finding really clever business models that allows farmers to enter into such technologies like regenerative agriculture, right? So how do you bridge this basically gap in order to implement these technologies, because they currently work on low margins, high volume. What is the innovation around that will allow the farmers to integrate this new technology into their existing business model?
So you're saying rather than thinking about new technologies to advance regenerative agriculture, I'd think about new business models first for the farmers?
Yes and no. I mean, the technology is there and should be pushed, but if it is too expensive and it represents a huge capital expenditure for them, the probability that they will adapt this technology is way lower. So I will also focus on new creative ways in order to promote that, exactly like carbon credits that they were mentioning. Then you have a little bit of diversification on your revenue stream, so that could be attractive to the farmers. So creating a platform that allows them to get most of the profit of the carbon credits could potentially benefit them into integrating regenerative farming and probably, making deals with banks so that they can have access to the profit of the carbon credits. I don't know, but creative ideas in order to bridge this initial investment, which most of the farmers won't be able to cover.
Yeah. Clément, I know you have invested in other innovative ways of farming. You also mentioned vertical farming. Is the next generation of food grown indoors?
Yeah, if I may come back to the point, just to add one thing, we have to make sure not to fall into the trap only looking at the developed countries, because most of the waste is also being or occurs in the emerging countries. We have an initiative just to see that we do not need always this high tech and looking at the developed countries, because we have the capital, so we could make use of the technology, but it only makes a small percentage of the whole food production. In Metro India, for instance, I was speaking about the post-harvest losses, which makes up a huge amount of food waste, and it also affects the business model of the farmers there, because they actually cannot sell their produce. It gets lost right after post-harvest. So in India, what we did, we have cooling storages in the vicinity of the farmer, so he can store his produces there. It is cold, so we have a cold supply chain there. So he has a higher efficiency rate of his production, and we then take care of the supply chain and to get it into the stores. And we're not talking about any really high technology thing. It's really just a cool storage that we provide the farmers, and we have to think about solutions there. And to address your question, yeah, vertical farming I think is one important topic to build up on also one megatrend, which is urbanization. We will have 80% of the people living in urban cities, so the divergence between the point of production and the point of consumption will get even more, so supply chains will get longer. So there we have, with vertical farming, the opportunity to exactly address this, to close the gap between the point of production and the point of consumption. But it is a kind of emerging technology. It's 15 years old, something. Despommier, he made it available in 2006, I guess. So it's kind of new, and I'm not being naive about it, because it's an energy game. At the end, we have to make sure that the technology that is being used will also make use efficiently of the energy, so speaking about the LED lightnings and the HVAC systems. So we are, I think, just in the beginning of this technological revolution, but vertical farming definitely is something that we should look into, to have autark systems, especially in urban regions. And Singapore, for instance, is one really good example for that. They are looking into ways how they can reduce the dependency on the outside world, and to have all the food production really happen inside the urban areas. And vertical farming there is one key pillar.
So how about your experience, Caroline, in your ecosystem in terms of vertical farming, urban farming, and how do you as an investor make a decision? Like as Clément rightly said, we have a lot of new technologies. They all have trade-offs that currently are still obscure. I mean, that's the thing with new technologies. As we advance and explore a technology, we, tumble over external effects that we probably weren't aware before, and then we need to suddenly price them into our model. How do you assess new technologies?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, for us, I think we always, especially when it comes to food innovation, divide between kind of more the US and Europe, which we think are already very developed. There's a lot of players out there. I mean, in-farm for all kind of the Germans, they know it. Now also expanded across Europe. So we feel there's a lot of innovation that already happened and quite some players that made an impact. But as we are active in 47 cities on 4 continents, so we also cover Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We also see that there is a huge need for these models. So I think what we kind of look at is, on the one hand, is it an emerging market maybe where we can see that a new player can still have a key differentiation, or then is it really a new technology that can have a cost advantage, can scale faster? Maybe there's also an advantage of how it's brought to market. I mean, also if you look at, vertical farming, I mean, I think Singapore is a great example where even real estate developers are considering that in kind of how they plan the city. But then there's also models that, for instance, sell to the end consumer to use it at home. And so I think what for us is really interesting is, on the one hand, what can we still have in Europe, in the US, which is quite developed, that is, or like even Israel, where there's a lot of startups, that is kind of newer in terms of technology. And then I think in developing countries, also for any startups listening, I think we're really interested to see the players there that will bring these kind of solutions to the market. And I think the same also applies for alternative proteins, right? The market here is very well developed, but in these countries, they still need their Beyond Meat Impossible Foods. And Same for kind of, the urban farming. So I think it's a really exciting topic, and we're constantly at the lookout for new technologies and new players.
Okay. So I gotta, like, as I said, each of these topics we could spend a whole conference on, but we're gonna take the learning on vertical farming. There's a lot of potential, a lot of opportunity, lots of technology, and it's something that we need to try out. And basically, just we need a big playing field. Do you see that? Do we need players that build playing fields? I mean, you have a playing field with Dill, right? There's the do you have a current initiative with vertical farming?
No, not so much with vertical farming, but with alternative proteins. What you need is more initiatives, more enablers, giving the playing and creating the playing field to try technology. And as I said before, especially bridging the gap from university to application.
Perfect. So we've been talking about alternative proteins a bit already. It's been mentioned again and again. So I think it's a big topic we all have in common, or you all have in common. When you think about alternative protein, we have, before we start, we have another question on Mentimeter here for our audience. And we've mentioned there's different ways to increase your alternative proteins. You can just eat more legumes, right? We have the plant-based alternatives, which look like meat, taste like meat, feel like meat, aren't meat. You have insects, you have algae, you have mushrooms. You do have the possibility to actually have cell-cultured meat. So my question to the audience would be, or to the audience also, so I need my new Mentimeter, please. Perfect. Your choice of alternative protein. If you want to go to the Mentimeter, please, and select your choice of alternative protein that you're excited to consume tomorrow if it were available. Legumes, plant-based alternative, mushrooms, algae, insects, or cell-cultivated proteins. We're looking forward to see what you guys are picking. In the meantime, let's discuss the various options. My question to Thomas, Roy, and Clément. But as we don't have Thomas and Roy on the screen right now, we'll start with Clément. Clément, which of these options are you most bullish about?
Actually, it's a mix of all of them. I mean, plant-based, definitely. It's a buzzing topic. If you look back 5 years ago, 6 years, 7 years ago, and I remember, like 4 years ago, we pitched the topic of plant-based and vegan foods to the category management, and they said, no, hell no, we don't list this. This is so niche. There is no market. We did not see a threshold in terms of volume, so it did not make sense, and I have to agree, back then I was a bit naive, but it always have to pass a certain threshold, so it makes also sense for the industry to adapt those technologies. And plant-based for me is really, it's a bridge technology, because what happens is the consumer got educated about plant-based alternative. Actually, it's not that much of a pain anymore. If I look back 10 years ago, a soy sausage, I mean, it tastes really not good at all. And Roy said it before, taste. It's all about taste, and I may add another keyword is texture. And back then, technology was not as far developed, so the products were pretty poor. But right now, what we see in the plant-based boom is they mimic the original so good that the consumer does not see the need of eating meat every day. So he is now switching, and I guess all of you already had a plant-based burger and Beyond Burger, Impossible Burger, whatever, and it tastes really, really good. So plant-based right now, we have the momentum and we should use it because it's also an education tool for the consumer and to make space for all those other technologies that will come.
Well, and our audience clearly agrees. Plant-based is the clear winner. But Thomas, legumes is just picking up. But Thomas, you will be delighted to see that cell-cultivated meat is coming in second. So people are excited to eat, try, and enjoy cell-cultivated meat. Why did you, as Merck, decide to go into cell-cultivated meat?
Yeah, actually, I like the feedback that is coming second. At the moment, you cannot buy it. You know, you can buy it in the supermarket, you can buy it in a restaurant. That will happen in restaurant probably in 3 years' time, supermarkets at price parity with conventional meat, we expect by 2030. But we don't have the crystal ball, obviously, but it will come. And it's great that people are getting excited about it. Okay, so we see many advantages. As we just heard from Clement, I mean, it's really, it's not the only way, you know, it will be one way to provide protein or to feed the population in future. And there will be different ways. And cultured meat, we think, is one way. And there are clear advantages. So I'm very, very fond of cultured meat. You know, if you take a look at water, you know, we didn't discuss a lot of water today. And I'm comparing it now with conventional meat. For beef, you know, you need 90% less water, and water will be a scarce resource also in future. For beef, you produce roughly 90% less greenhouse gases, so it's more sustainable. It's also, you know, I mean, you don't, you know, the waste from the animals which is put on the farm, on the land, you know, as fertilizers. It's pretty bad for our groundwater. Then we have so much antibiotics. Actually, 80% of the antibiotics which are produced worldwide is going into farming, and that causes the resistance, the multi-resistant strains and contaminations. And you know that by 2050, it's predicted that more people will die of infections because of antibiotic resistance than of cancer. So it's all very, very alarming. So we don't need antibiotics. And then the health issue, you know, I mean, there's no doubt that plant-based burgers are in a way healthy, but the cultured meat burgers, you know, they don't have antibiotics, they don't have hormones, they don't have all the contaminations with pathogens or microplastic if you talk about seafood. So this is just in a nutshell all drivers for us to enter this area. And as I said in the intro, we are coming from biopharma, and all these bioreactors, and at the moment we have bioreactors of a volume of 10,000 of 1,000 liter. I mean, not we Merck itself. We will never produce meat ourselves. We will provide the industry with cell culture media solutions and equipment. But Merck will not produce meat. We will not produce ourselves. So that was our entry ticket. There are huge challenges. That's completely agreed, and we heard that also from Alexander in his intro. The scaling is a major problem, and there's a lot of innovation still needed. But I think it's coming. We are on a good way. The first startups, you know, were started in 2015. There were 5 startups. Now we have over 70 startups, and every year actually the investment doubled. And at the moment there's an investment of 1 billion so far going into this industry. And these investments are indeed needed to overcome all the issues. And the issue is really the upscaling. And our prediction is that there will be a complete new industry, not only the companies who will produce the cultured meat, but also supply chain and so on and so forth. But I will hand it over to somebody else, and I see you want to...
No, we'll jump back into... I have a couple more questions on cell culture meat in a second, but let's hear from Roy. Roy, you have Döhler Ventures invested in cell culture meat startups. And yes, why and why not? Why not?
No, we are not active in meat, and we believe that we don't know much in order to invest in that specific topic. We also have some question marks on the scalability and functionality and the amount of money that it is needed for that. We are focusing a lot in alternative proteins coming from plants. And a little bit to your question, we believe that there is no perfect protein or just one protein that will solve the whole challenge. And one of the misunderstandings that we are getting, especially right now, is that alternative proteins are thought only to replace basically the nutritional value of proteins, of whey protein, in order, I don't know, maybe to build muscles or to be more, a better nutritional value in it. But the really important part of protein is also the functionality part. Their foaming capabilities, the gelling capabilities, And that's why we still don't have really good cheeses, because we haven't been able to replicate the functionality of caseins from plant-based ingredients. And on the nutritional value, we have already plant-based alternatives. We have pea, we have soy, we have different that could be actually scalable. And on a price point, it would make sense. But what we are missing there is on the taste profile, the mouthfeel, on the texture, as Clement was also mentioning. So I guess the challenge will be to create different and diversify the approach to alternative proteins and finding the perfect alternatives for different applications. Also on the price point, I mean, if you are creating an ice cream, you require less protein than if you are creating a cheese or a milk protein shake, right? So finding the right applications based on a price point, you could take more expensive proteins in order to recreate the perfect ice cream, or you can take a lower base in order to increase the value of the protein in percentage of the content of the final application.
So we're back.
A lot of work needs to be done.
No, you go.
No, it's just a lot of R&D work needs to be done in order to find the best application for such proteins, and also to see how to scale those proteins.
Yeah, so we're back to the question, do we have an innovation, do we have a technology, or do we have a business case, right? That's your example of the ice cream and the cheese. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but, we've probably read about Formo, the German startup that had the highest pre-Series A funding food tech in Europe last year, which is from Berlin and here around the corner in Rheinbach, close by Bonn. And they raised $50 million for their precision fermentation cheese, right? Because they're solving exactly that pain point that you were mentioning, that the properties of the protein ain't good enough. So is that a step in the right direction, or do you say, well, it's great that we have that now, but the business case is still not here?
The functionality of, sorry, should I answer?
No, you go, yeah.
Okay. So the functionality of caseins is amazing, and I believe that there is a business case. Precision fermentation, in our view, should also be applied for high-value ingredients, meaning that the cost per kilogram is way higher than currently the whey protein, so that you can build a business case faster.
Caroline?
Yeah, I wanted to add to that. We actually looked into the space quite a lot and invested in a competitor, so Change Foods, that basically focus on all kind of cheeses and have 95% based on precision fermentation, but 5% plant-based ingredients, which can at least kind of from our expectations, really remodel the taste, but exactly the issue is scalability. So now that they're starting, it's around estimated to be 15 euros a kilogram, which is obviously way more expensive than what we're used to in supermarkets right now. And as a consumer, to adapt that, it's just a price point which not many will be willing to pay. But once you scale that, it really comes down to 2-3 euros per kilogram when it comes to being scalable and really nutritious for a broader audience. And I think that's kind of one of the fields where we are also trying to see what infrastructure can be provided, how can consumers be educated to adapt that more. And I think actually the funding going into these startups for us is a very positive sign. I mean, at least for me, my LinkedIn feed every day says new food tech fund raised. The amount of venture capital going in this field is higher than ever. So I think as an entrepreneur, it's a very, very exciting space to be in. And there's funds that are, for instance, just looking at alternative proteins. Or, also locally, for instance, Atlantic Food Labs that also invested in them. It's really exciting that we have specific funds, I think. So I feel the funding is there. Just what we still need is really more infrastructure to scale it and more consumer adoption. And then we will go into this direction where it really becomes mass market ready, similar to alternative milk, which now is already everywhere in Europe. Even on the train this morning, there was soy milk available. So I think this needs to happen. And then we will see it more and more being adopted, at least from our point of view.
Also, you mentioned the price. Thomas, if I were to buy cell-cultured meat, how much would I pay right now? Because I remember the first burger, 2013, right? The first burger famously, I think the price tag was $250,000. Have you brought that price down yet?
Actually, if you go to Singapore, you can buy chicken nuggets based on cultured chicken meat, and you can get a nugget for $25. The company is called Just Eat, and but obviously this is heavily subsidized. This is not, probably it costs 10 times more. So at the moment, because we don't produce cultured meat in bioreactors of 10,000 or 50,000 liter. That's what we are aiming for, maybe even 100,000 liter. Like you see the bioreactors in the breweries, and nobody has those bioreactors at the moment. So I'm very, very careful not to talk too much about what does it really cost at the moment, because we are not there at the moment. These are all pilot factories. Also here, whether it's Upside or here in Berkeley, Upside Foods, or whether it's in Israel. So, I mean, at the moment we don't have a clear price tag. You hear prices about $50, $300, $1,000 per kilogram. So I would not, because we don't have the process yet established, I would be very careful about those prices. But but let's look into the future. It's really anticipated that by 2030 we will have price parity, and by upscaling you can even go below the price of today for normal animal meat. And but I agree completely with Roy. It's also a question of acceptance by the customer. Maybe that's another topic. And price is not only the driver. There are other criteria why people will buy cultured meat. Maybe it's health, it's taste very important. It's the food, the feeling, the mouth feeling, and other criteria. And for us, I mean, the price is only one, but it's a very decisive criterion.
So,
and, as I said, it will come down.
We're at the European Chemistry Partnering, so are we asking people to go and build bioreactor plants now? I mean, is this our call to action to our audience today? Like, this is a great opportunity, let's go build some plants?
Yeah, I would say maybe it's a little bit too early, because we need more, because there's no prototype, how we should produce cultured meat, how the bioreactor should look like. There are many technical questions to be solved, like the cells, they grow in suspension, as we say, single cells in the cell culture media broth, but for differentiation and to have this really muscle-like or meat-like texture, they need to aggregate, and so for that you need a scaffold, as we say it. And here it's the race is still out. What will be the best scaffold? So, and here, that's why we need so many startups. Every startup is following a new technology, and they're very secretive about it. Even though we are working with startups, supplying them with cell culture media, they really don't tell us how they solve the problem with the bioreactors. We have our own initiatives. We are working with Tufts University. We are working with the TU Darmstadt to solve this problem. So everybody is maybe it's a little bit trial and error. So today, if somebody asks me how should a bioreactor look like, I don't have the perfect answer. That has to be developed. But maybe in future, what I see, and we talked about farming, there's a consortium in the Netherlands now, and they think that they can convert a farm with 250 kettles into a cell culture media production site. And that's very exciting, and I think that will happen over the next maybe 10 years. I'm always like to compare it with the car industry. 15 years ago there were hardly any electric car on the road, and today, I mean, more than 1,000 cars will be launched every day just in Germany of electric cars, and the whole industry is transforming. And I think that will happen with the meat industry. Yeah.
So the call to action is not build bioreactors, but the call to action is join the innovation ecosystem and let's all work together to make this change happen, right? Which kind of leads me over to Christoph. Because how do we do that? How do you become part of an ecosystem? How do you start dabbling around if you are, a participant at today's event and you're curious, you want to, where do you start? You put an ad in the paper looking for partners?
Yeah. How do you start? That's an excellent question. I think a lot has to do with culture change in a way. Yeah? So I feel that's already in the making. So a lot of bigger companies are realizing things have to change. They have to become more open. They also need to find ways to meaningfully collaborate with startups who have all these interesting tech, as Thomas just mentioned, right? So that's a big one, and I feel we are on the right track to actually do so. And in the next step, I'm actually quite hopeful that we will also have more facilities available where startups can actually test their technologies. I feel it was very clear while listening to the conversation that we may have something for the very beginning. At times it's scarce, but it's somewhat there. It's universities, it's institutes, but we are lacking the ability to work towards the scale-up. And I feel there's more work to be done. And also, if you look at plant-based alternatives, I feel also production capacity is there for the big amounts, the big quantities, and for the smaller test quantities, but there is a huge gap in the middle. And we have to try to bridge it towards the scale-up phase. And I feel that's the call to action, yeah, to work towards getting more startups collaborating with established companies, but also giving them the access to the facilities needed. Yeah.
Roy, I believe that's one thing that you're doing, right? With the startups that are partnering with you, that you give them access to your lab, to your facility. How do you organize such a process? How do you become an active partner? What do you actually do? What are your learnings?
Yeah, I mean, we try to bring added value, not only capital, when we do investments. And we have done this collaboration already with brands. We are now trying to do this kind of collaboration with technology-driven startups. And maybe something that Thomas was saying, and maybe on your call to action, do we need to buy or to build bioreactors? Maybe not yet, but maybe pilot facilities and lab-scale facilities, because those are immense investments that the startups will need to do, and they will need to fundraise a lot just to trial and error, right? And this is something that we are trying to help the startups with. And on the other side, we have a lot of expertise on the industrial scale, upstreaming and downstreaming processes. So usually what is happening right now, or at least the feedback that we are getting from the startups, is they are focusing on the technology, and afterwards they will try to solve the upstream and downstream processing. What we are trying also to help with the expertise that we already have is to envision possible problems that we'll envision during those processes in order to iterate faster. And on the other side, we would like to offer our capabilities and infrastructure in order to reduce the capital expenditure that they will have at the beginning, especially. So we are open to collaborate. We're already working with one company in the precision fermentation space. And yeah, it's really, really interesting. We also learn a lot. So that's also interesting for the corporate and for our experts in that area. So this is kind of the problem that we are trying to solve.
Caroline, you also help companies find startups, partners. How do you approach that? What are your learnings?
Yeah, I mean, so for us, what we facilitate a lot is this really open innovation thinking. So even if you're a competitor in a space, so for instance, we work with most of the large food retailers, they still have a lot of topics that they need to work on together, because alone, for instance, providing this infrastructure won't happen. So I think for us, one big learning is really, of course, there's competition in the market, but this is a kind of overall goal that we won't achieve alone. So collaborating, exchanging on ideas, maybe even working on projects together. Some of our partners in the US are doing that, really kind of combining their and bundling their resources. I think that's like one thing we want to facilitate more and also see more in Europe. The second thing is really also loop in kind of, if you're a large corporation, the business unit owners early on, so really make them feel ownership for this topic, and kind of also maybe then help with the resources naturally through that, so kind of have this innovation definition. And I think the other one, which we've just seen, there's a lot of players out there right now, a lot of startups trying the same thing, but very often in terms of regulations, in terms of also scale that they can provide, there's not, so many that fit for the individual challenges. So also really helping in the selection is kind of something we also focus on quite a lot. But then once you kind of check all these boxes and you realize there is a fit together, we see very successful pilots and also at some point hopefully rollouts, so bringing, even if we talk about the retailer, some of the products to the shelf. And I think this is kind of what we need to do way more, and not only us, but also with, all the facilitators today in the audience, but also globally. And then hopefully the startup ecosystem will also lead to a long-lasting change. But yeah, these were some of the learnings we've just seen, kind of really collaborating and being specific though with which startup you work, because not every startup will fit with every corporate.
Christoph, do you have like hands? I mean, you've also, I think you have a startup that's just someone's building them a pilot plant, right? Which is kind of a nice success. Do you want to brag about that a little bit?
No, we have actually quite a few cases, and Clément, you are also working with one of our startups in one of the projects, and I feel what we can do also as a semi-public institution is also to financially support those initiatives and help de-risking them in a way to make it more attractive for corporates to take the leap and work together towards market adoption of innovative technologies that have positive impact. That's our goal, obviously, yeah, if we want to see a healthier, more sustainable and trusted food system. So that's one option, and there are already cases out there where we could actually start a pilot plant. I think one of the cases from the very early stages was Böhler together with Protix, an insect company in the Netherlands. They've started a pilot plant. We have a few others. We left it in the past very much up to chance in a way. I have to admit it was not very structured, and I feel it was mainly driven also by this lack of collaboration culture in a way that was still underdeveloped. And this changed a lot during the last years, 1 or 2 years, and now it's the time to bring this more together in a more structured way of matchmaking, introductions, work towards pilot projects, and hopefully market adoption in the end. And we will announce very shortly 6 of those pilot projects between industry and startups. Each of them will receive 200,000 euros from us, and hopefully it will result in meaningful results in the end. But all the foundations are there, and I'm just curious to see how the mindset of the corporates evolves as well over the next years.
Thomas, question to you talking about mindset. Merck is an established business. You run 2 innovation hubs. How did you need to change a mindset, or was the mindset already there? And if you had to change it, what were the tricks? Or is a hub the biggest step? Should everyone open a hub now?
Yeah, okay. The question is which mindset you mean? Is it mindset of the employees or the mindset of our customer? So, but let's start with the mindset of the employees. I think that was your question. Actually, we are just discussing our objectives for 2022 with my manager and the top management. And changing the mindset is indeed on the top. I think we really have to be more open. I mean, we heard the open innovation, we heard the keywords. But it starts with the employees very, very clearly. And we are working for that because we think this is so important. We have these innovation hubs because the world is changing so quickly. And we need to follow the trends, whether it's mega trends or micro trends. And we have to be agile. I think that's. I think we mentioned it somewhere. The speed is amazing nowadays, and actually the speed in China is even faster than in Europe and in America. I can say so, and that means you need the right people. And we talked at the very beginning also about talents, and the universities have to develop those future employees who are more responsive, more agile, responsive. And so in our company, I can tell you there's a complete shift for the last 10 years into this more, being more agile direction. Merck exists for more than 350 years. It's a traditional chemical pharmaceutical company. And we really had a cultural change over the last 10 years. And it also meant that, some colleagues, they didn't go this journey, and we had to hire a new generation, very, very clearly, yeah.
How about you, Alexander? Because I know that you have an innovation hub as well. You had the innovation hub at Dill. You work with a lot of businesses, companies, food manufacturers in mainly Germany. Do you see a mindset shift in the broad base, or do we still have this mindset shift happening at sort of the, lighthouse companies, couple of corporations moving forward, and we still have to take a big step and take people along?
No, I see changes basically everywhere, and it's a bit like evolution. Yeah, people know that things are changing, and mindset is changing as well. And I think we have, when it comes to companies, we have the resistant ones waiting. What are the others doing? And we have the ones stepping ahead and looking actively for collaborations. And compared to the situation like a couple of years ago, it's really getting different, and I would say it's getting better. In all the environment, I mean, if I look at our scientists, they are much more open than they maybe have been five years ago. So all in all, I would say it's a very positive development.
So we talked about the mindset of the ones that make the food. How about the mindset of the people that build that they're supposed that we're making it for? Like, you know, there's this great saying, build it and they will come. Is this going to pan out, Clément? I know you have a bunch of experience. I think Metro was the first one to import Beyond Meat. You had Moving Mountains. You brokered Moving Mountains to some of your gastronomy clients. I think I saw insect pasta on the Metro shelves maybe 6 years ago. How do you get the consumer to eat it?
Well, my biggest learning is we have to find solution for our customers and not the other way around. Don't look for customers for solutions. The insect topic is one really good example. We were the first ones. We were the pioneers listing insect-based products on the European market. It was not quite successful because the customer was not demanding this solution. And if you don't have a market, you can't sell the product. And this is always the pitch also in terms of or startups look into what is the value proposition towards the organization you are working with. Because I can't take any like fancy solutions, any fancy products to the category management if there's no market. Because at the end, I mean, sure, we all are unified in a sustainability angle and we're kind of ideological, but we need to make money with it. And if you don't make money with it, if there's no market, the solution can be as good as it is, it won't succeed. So really have a clear intention in terms of what is the value proposition. And this is also my learning now working 5 years at Metro. I can only approach the core organization if there is a strong value proposition towards the core business model. And if there isn't, I mean, it sounds always pretty romantic, but it's also very naive to have many pilots with startups just to look at the different technologies. But we are a big corporate. We have a lot of resources, but we don't waste them. So we can do it once, we can do it twice, but then the decision makers will say no. I mean, we've seen it, the boom with acceleration programs. I mean, 5 years, everyone was fond of building their own innovation unit, acceleration, incubation hubs. I think there are a couple of ones that are pretty successful, but I think the majority is not very much successful. And there are a lot of accelerators that now did close because there was an uncertainty of how it adds to the core business.
Disclaimer, you're not talking about industry accelerators, industry hubs, you're talking about company-owned hubs. Because like the open innovation hubs and accelerators, those are the ones, you're excluding those from your judgment.
Sort of, yes.
Yeah, good. Just making sure. Caroline, I know that you've also getting consumers to adopt innovation is your big interest. So what can you share with us?
Yeah, I mean, I would also love to point out to that point because obviously as Plug and Play, we have also a history of building acceleration hubs, trying out what works. And I think I can just 100% agree with Clément that we've also realized if you have innovation without a return on investment, it's going to be short term. It's going to be, something fancy that you maybe put in your shareholder report or, that you brag with. But in the end, there needs to be something tangible that actually improves customer satisfaction, that maybe, makes you more efficient, adds revenue. So for us also, with every investment we do, with every kind of corporate pilot we facilitate, we have this in the background. Does the end customer want this? Is there actually a need for that? Because there's a lot of great startups out there that build something that no one wants. There's like famous, really like the problem that you're solving, is it there? Does product market fit is so important. And I feel especially when it comes to food innovation, that's just something that you need to put in the core. A product, we heard it before, without texture, without taste, I'm sorry, but the customers won't buy it. Same for maybe in Europe, insect-based foods. I think it's, great innovations there, but it will still take some time. Probably same with, kind of cultivated meat for them to adopt it. I do think the markets will get there, and I think it will also, in terms of, consumer feelings towards sustainability, towards nutrition, towards their health, shift to that. But I think actively there needs to be an education from big companies, from governments. We talked about it before, from schools even, that kind of push the thinking about how do we impact the environment, how do I stay healthy? I mean, from antibiotics to overweight, I think there's so many different reasons to really move away from traditional meat consumption, or at least reduce it in some way. So I think, these points can really help to push consumers, and how you're, for instance, doing it with restaurants is, I think, also a good way to the market, but we need to get more touch points in whatever way.
You have this gastronomy first concept, right, Clément? So you're going to explain that just for a second?
Yeah, sure. Well, it's not our concept. It's not a playbook that we invented, but we see startups like Oatly that did it before, Impossible, Beyond Burger. So using the gastronomy as the first entry point on the market, because many of these technologies or food innovations, they are new to the consumer. And there's a saying in Germany, was der Bauer nicht kennt, frisst er nicht. So what the farmer doesn't know, he doesn't eat. And you need to educate the customer that these food innovations are there to stay. And the restaurateur is a really good way, or the restaurants are a really good way to create use cases. So to make food innovation tangible to the end consumer. So by introducing those food innovations through gastronomy first, building up those use cases, and the customer, the end consumer, he gets more touch points and has a stronger linkage to, okay, what can I actually do with those kind of products? Tyndall is one really good example where we also have an investment in, and we talked about scalability. What they do great is they focused on the restaurants, so they enter via FSD, and what made also a strong linkage between, or what was a strong partnership between us, NX Food, and Tyndall was we had a commercial agreement with Classic Fine Foods, the FSD player in Singapore. So we helped them to address their products to the needs, also to the restaurateurs. And he can, and this is actually brilliant, the product is like Play-Doh for the chef. He can make 1,000 different applications out of this, and thus you can leverage the culinary creativity of the chef to create use cases that the end consumer would have never ever thought of. And these companies making use of exactly this mechanism to use the chef as his creative ambassador and evangelist for those kind of food innovations. And then the end consumer gets educated, and then you can enter the retail segment because he knows those kind of products and he knows what to make out of this. This is, in short or in brief, the gastronomy first approach.
Well, it's a very successful approach, which we just read yesterday. I read that Tyndall just raised another. We have all these, amazing startups. Tyndall just raised another $100 million. That's the biggest plant-based alternative meat Series A funding ever, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. By a German founder, he's actually from Düsseldorf, who's now in Singapore. So that's another question that we have to ask ourselves in Europe. Why are great founders that already pulled it off here, because he already exited one plant-based meat startup here after selling it to Blue Horizon, why is he now starting his second business in Singapore and doing so successfully? And that is a question that we need another panel for. Because our time is almost up. We need a conclusion. We know that the value chain of the food production is exhaustive. We're starting at the seed. It touches waste, it touches packaging. These are all things that we haven't really spoken about yet, and the innovation areas that we haven't looked into. We've learned that we need better access to infrastructure. We've learned that we need more collaboration between those that have the infrastructure and the startups that have the idea. We've learned that we need to share our knowledge and really live open innovation, because no one of us will be able to do this alone, because we need to do this as a global humanity, because it's a global problem and climate change does not stop at the border. Now, every one of you, I know we started with one key word. That's not going to happen. If you have one advice or a recommendation to the GEC, who's hosting us today, who are looking to support scale-ups in the food industry with their support network. Is there a specific area, after touching on all of these areas, food waste, regenerative farming, precision farming, alternative proteins, if you were the GEC and you had to pick one area to focus your resources on, which one would that be? Alexander, do you want to start? Because you're the first, sorry.
Oh, this is a $1 million question. Thank you, Lee. Yeah, I had to say my advice in general would be find your niche. Look at the market, and the market here is the food startup ecoscene. Which fields are not covered? Where can you deliver useful input and impact, and look around for good and strong partners?
Thomas?
Yeah, excellent question. Difficult to answer because there are so many topics. So difficult to say one. Maybe education. Maybe really. I mean, I would probably stress education. I don't know how the business model look like, but I think we need more education. I'm very happy about the awareness from politics, from end consumers. We have the discussion today that this topic is now on the front page of every magazine, I would say, but maybe we need more education, and we should start at universities. Yeah, maybe that's an opportunity. Yeah.
Caroline.
Yeah, I mean, as said, I think it's a $1 billion question. I mean, just when I look in terms of funding that goes into these startups, I feel that AgTech, I mean, they had a record year last year. I think it was $5 billion in funding going into these startups. Food waste is heavily funded, also alternative proteins. Probably areas like personalized nutrition are areas where there's innovation, but it's very hard to achieve because, you know, if you're a CPG, for instance, how do you even produce that? How do you bring it to the end consumer? So maybe, you know, finding some scale-ups that work in these fields that go beyond just wearables or just, you know, personalized food plans would be really interesting, and bringing them to investors, bringing them to corporations. Because personally, I've not seen that much innovation happen in that area, and probably Christoph disagrees with me here, but I would say that's, at least for me, an area that's underfunded a little bit. So maybe that would be a good focus.
Clément.
It's a tough question, but I agree with Thomas. It's education, educating the people, educating politics, paving the way to tear down those also bureaucratic burdens that we have, especially in Europe. I just want to emphasize that looking at also cell cultivation or cellular agriculture, precision fermentation, plant molecular farming, those are so really groundbreaking technologies, but we get left behind in Europe due to the restrictive regulations. If we look at Singapore, who allowed it, if we look at Israel, who are allowing it, the US is paving the way for it, and Europe is getting left behind. So we need more evangelists and also maybe a bit more lobbyism towards the politics.
Roy?
I agree 100% with Clément. I would say that the regulatory framework is not created for innovative disruption in technology currently in Europe. Novel food regulation prohibits basically the adaptation and scaling of such technology. So creating new frameworks that apply for new upcoming technologies could be quite relevant in order to accelerate the market and avoid that exactly the entrepreneurs go elsewhere to create the same company.
Christoph, will you do the honors and have the final say of the day?
Oh yeah, thanks so much. The famous last words.
No pressure.
No pressure at all. But I think I will go with the bold option, so I won't go with a specific recommendation. But I feel that we need to be also mindful that all the technologies we see now are actually the result of research that has happened maybe 2-3 years ago, right? So the task that GEC needs to be mindful about is to support those innovations that are basically a next wave of cellular agriculture, meat companies, for instance, and not existing ones. And I feel if you look at this as a direction, it can work together with obviously positive impacts on our food system and scalability. I feel that's it cannot be a niche, but the problems are huge and we need bold solutions to solve them.
That was wonderful. nothing more to add, but that you will find a link in the YouTube channel right now with further reads. Our amazing panelists have sent some further reads. There's some studies, white papers, research paper that's data they've been working on, that they've published. We've put that together on a website in a download area for you to continue your studies, continue your explorations. We hope that we've sort of tickled an appetite for food innovation with you guys today, and that you're curious to explore the next generation food together with us. Everyone here, the GEC, every one of the panelists is looking forward to continue the conversation, and we hope that you have a great remainder of the European Chemistry Partnering, great contacts, and have a good evening.
Thank you.